Chapter 26. Can't you move? A little faster. Seriously, this is my first time flying using my own wings. I could have moved even faster if I was not carrying you. But in reality, Julia's weight was hardly giving him any problem. Are you saying that I am fat? Julia angrily started punching his chest. She was not even using 10% of her strength. Aditya hardly felt anything. After a moment, both of them calmed down. When a moment of silence passed, Julia asked, "What happened back there? I am still confused about the whole thing. I managed to break through. Now I have reached second order." Even Aditya was not expecting to level up. He momentarily had forgotten that he was very close to the breaking point. This fast, it hasn't been 6 days since you awoke your bloodline. How did you do it? Even the continent's most geniuses would at least take 6 to 1 year to reach second order. And here Aditya has done it in less than 5 days. Aditya showed a helpless smile and replied in a helpless tone, "I don't know what exactly happened. My bloodline started reacting when I began killing. My whole body felt like it was burning on fire. When the burning sensation disappeared, my bloodline evolved. Now my bloodline is Crimson Heavenly Dragon." Half of his words were true while the other half were lies. The existence of the system was Aditya's top secret. For now, Aditya wanted to keep everything to himself. What did you say? Can you repeat your words? Aditya wasn't sure why Julia was reacting this way. My bloodline evolve. No, she interrupted him. Not that part. Tell me the name of your bloodline. Aditya wondered why Julia looked so shaken. Crimson Heavenly Dragon, Aditya replied. Aditya, are you lying to me? Julia wanted to confirm once again. No, I am not. I am not in the mood of joking. Sigh. Julia took a deep breath to calm her heart. Before you, only one dragon in history shared the same dragon bloodline as you did. That person went on to become the emperor of 7 continents. His single attack was enough to change the shape of this continent. Having the same bloodline as him means that you also have the potential to reach the peak of cultivation. So should I be happy? Aditya asked with a straight face. With the system, Aditya never needed any bloodline. Even without a bloodline, just by killing he can reach the peak. Sigh. Whatever, I shouldn't get too much worked up. Remember, Aditya, you should never reveal your bloodline to someone that you don't trust. In this world, you will find billions of people who only care about their interests. I understand. After that, neither Julia nor Aditya said anything. Both enjoyed the silence of the night. Julia had many wild thoughts in her mind. After knowing Aditya's bloodline name, on the surface, she might look calm, but her heart was not calm at all. If the world learns about his bloodline, I am sure his selfish parents would be the first to want him back in their family. Also, the Skeletal Isles won't simply stand by if they knew that in one of their neighboring kingdoms, a king with heavenly dragon bloodline has appeared. Other than that, almost all big kingdoms in this continent will try to marry their princess to Aditya. I don't want anyone to take away Aditya from this kingdom. I have to talk things with Amber and Watson. Without even realizing it, Julia was getting possessive of the Crimson Dragon. Meanwhile, Aditya was taking his time to check his new skills. Status name, Aditya Baineth race, Dragon, Bloodline, Inferno Blaze Dragon Right Arrow Crimson Heavenly Dragon, Class, War Dancer Rune Monarch, Level 47 Right Arrow 55, Innate Skill, Fiery Blaze Right Arrow Crimson Blaze New and New, Passive Skill, Eruption Wave Molten Bolt, Silence Mind, Blast of Divine Fury, Aura of Soul Fire, New and New. Artifact, Bracelet of Wind Fairy, Strength 117, Right Arrow 175, Speed 100, Stamina 117, Right Arrow 175, Health 117, Right Arrow 175, Mana 139, Right Arrow 247, Free Stats 42, Right Arrow 58. With the arrival of my second class, my status panel also went through some changes. Curiously, Aditya tapped on his new class that came with a badass name, Rune Monarch. Aditya has to admit he liked the name. Rune Monarch second order description, Oblivion Domain. Just the name of the Rune Monarch was enough to make the enemy surrender. 2. This date, the name of the Rune Monarch is not forgotten. Not everyone is eligible to acquire the Rune Monarch class. The host is the only second being in the universe to get Rune Monarch class. Function 1. Function 1. Reaching second order. The host's knowledge of runes has increased to a certain point where the host has mastered all the basics. The host is 100% likely to create a 2-star rune item. There is a 50% chance of the host creating a 3-star rune item. The percentage will keep decreasing with each high orders. Function 2. Function 2 only can be evolved to the next order, as long as the host manages to expand his knowledge and experience of rune to a certain degree. Rune Monarch class progression to third order. Rune Monarch class progression to third order. 0%. Aditya for a moment closed his eyes. It was like all the knowledge of rune had existed in his mind from the beginning. It was like his second class had created a special library of runes in his head. So unlike my War Dancer class, I can only evolve my second class only by expanding my knowledge and experience to a certain degree. Let's check if my War Dancer class gives me anything special. War Dancer second order description. Description. Certain level, the War Dancer gives the user variety of powers and skills. Function 1. Function 1. Function 2. Function 2 skills for the host. Function. Function dire situation. Weapon Grandmaster second star description. Description Function 1. Function 1 15%. Function 2. Function 2 is in the same order as the host. The percentage might increase or decrease depending on the level of the opponent. Not bad. This skill will certainly come in handy when facing a tough opponent. Now my next skills, Crimson Blaze second star description. Description Control Fire. Function 1. Function 1 and 1+. Limit of this skill depends on the user's imagination. Function 2. Function 2 and 30%. Aditya. Aditya, what is it? Aditya, what are you thinking so deeply? Julia has been calling his name for a while now. But Aditya gave no response. This kind of worried her. No, nothing. I was thinking about the changes that took place in my body. Are you all right? Should we take a rest? Julia worriedly asked. No, I am all right. You are worrying too much. By the way, tomorrow I am going to show you something that will blow your mind. The princess narrowed her eyes and looked at Aditya in suspicion. What are you planning again? Something that will blow your mind. On the way, Aditya joked with Julia. The journey was peaceful. Fortunately, no one from Lifwood City chased after them. Before the night ended, Aditya and Julia returned to the castle. Both of them went back to their bedrooms. Since both of them are second-order cultivators, a single sleepless night couldn't tire them. Julia went back to her alchemy research, while Aditya went to grab a piece of paper and pen. Dragon Transformation, an innate skill that all second-order or higher-order dragons possess. The skill allows the host to transform into a dragon, or transform any part of the host's body into a dragon. The shape and the size of the host's dragon form are determined by the host's bloodline and level. When the host fully transforms into a dragon, all of the host's stats except for mana are instantly doubled. Runic Enchantment second star skill description. Description Function 1. Function 1. Or Artifact. 50% chances of enchanting a 3-star weapon or artifact. Less than 10% chances of enchanting a 4th-star weapon or artifact. Lunar Vision 2-star skill description. Description. Dancer, Rune Monarch, and Crimson Heavenly Dragon. The host is the founder of this unique skill. Since this skill is passive, it doesn't require any mana to activate. Function 1. Function 1 Darkness. Function 2. Function 2 are one order below the host. Function 3. Function 3 orders, but against higher orders, the resistance percentage decreases depending on the cultivation strength of the opponent. Disturbance of Blessings 2-star skill description. Description 25+5+ Function 1. Function 1 15% and 15% 30%. Function 2. Function 2 20%. This is a really powerful skill. This very skill itself can change the whole course of the battle. But it's a shame that even with my current mana, I can't keep his skill active for longer than 44 seconds. At most, Aditya was a little disappointed to know that he won't have enough mana to use this skill. In a battle, imagine the difficulty his opponents would face due to this skill. Mystic Surge 2-star skill description. Description: 25 plus and 5 plus second. Function 1 and 9% boost in their agility. Function 2 9%. Function 3 9%. This is also a skill that I can use for more than 44 seconds. It's really disappointing to know that I am getting so many awesome skills, but I don't have enough mana to keep them running. The storage of mana was beginning to frustrate Aditya. He realized that the only way that he can increase his mana reserve would be by eating 3-star or higher star fruits that were super expensive. Even if he sells his entire kingdom, he won't have enough money to buy a priceless treasure that can safely increase his mana reserve. Charm of Inferno Rune 2-star skill description. Description: allows the host to use his fire affinity with his runes. Function 1 and 10% extra fire damage. Well, the last skill is not useless. It might have one function, but by adding my fire elemental powers in my runes, I can create various weapons or objects that will give buffs related to the fire element. For example, Aditya could turn a normal sword into a 2-star runic weapon that has fire enchantment. When the sword is used, the user will gain fire-related buffs. Runic weapons are the weapons that only have been enchanted with runes. A 2-star runic weapon is different from a 2-star weapon that is forged by a blacksmith. While runic weapons can provide powerful buffs to the user, a 2-star weapon is made of rare metals to have 2-star weapon power. Generally, a 2-star weapon is first forged by a blacksmith and then taken to a rune master for enchanting the weapon with runes to add buffs to the weapon. Vote for the bonus chapter, Chapter 27. It looks like things are going to get interesting. It's hard to believe that the capital had changed so much in less than 7 days. Before, the atmosphere of the capital was always gloomy, dark, depressing, and full of hardship. The people were struggling to find enough food to feed their families. Compared to those dark days, the capital had undergone huge changes. The dark, gloomy, and depressing atmosphere of the capital vanished like it never existed. The people of the city now looked much happier than before. With the large-scale construction taking place in the city, thousands of people now had jobs and were earning enough money to feed their families. Now that there weren't any more big gangs or criminals in the city, the suffering of the commoners has been reduced. Although the capital is yet to fully recover and transform into something big, everyone living in this city could feel upcoming that will make their lives 100 times easier. Under the new policies of the king, doing business has become easier than ever. And by defeating Duke Ryan and suppressing the rebel, many people now were coming to the capital in hope of finding a job. To think he would be able to change the city this quickly, I have to say I am really impressed. The goddess of wealth walked on the streets of the capital that was being reconstructed with a new technique that Aditya introduced. The newly made roads are notable for their straightness, solid foundations, cambered surfaces, facilitating drainage, and use of concrete made from volcanic ash and lime. I wonder how he managed to come up with this method. Milady, did you hear what happened last night at the border city of Lifwood? The guild master of this city asked as he followed the leader of the Seeker of Impurity Guild from behind. I did. It was a little surprising. Honestly, I wasn't expecting Amos to die this way, but this also gives us an opportunity. Amos was the top merchant in both the Nepoka and the Zulux kingdoms. We can expand our business in both kingdoms. Being the goddess of wealth, she had the mind of a businesswoman. Milady, given the rising tension between Zulux and Isterin kingdoms, I wouldn't be surprised if war broke out any time. That's true. Both kingdoms have been suppressing this kingdom for generations. Given how big their arrogance is, I am sure they won't sit still seeing how fast King Aditya is advancing. The tension between Zulux and the Isterin kingdom has been rising for multiple reasons. First of all, Aditya ignored their warnings and started expanding toward the Silver Meadow Grove and also started building the port city. Capturing their prime minister was like a direct slap to the Zulux emperor's face. And most important of all, the Zulux kingdom was trying to break the Istaran kingdom by creating conflict between the duke and the king. So what when a civil war takes place, the Zulux kingdom can take the Istaran territory in one swipe. Whatever, the war has nothing to do with us. Our guild will continue to function normally, regardless of any war. But inwardly the goddess of wealth was getting a little anxious. Once the Zulux dynasty attacks, there is no way the Nepoka kingdom, which has been looking to capture the Istaran kingdom for generations, would simply sit still. With both kingdoms attacking a kingdom that recently became a second-tier powerhouse, the goddess of wealth is not sure if the Crimson Dragon could protect his land. Young master, what is this? Currently, Watson, Julia, and Aditya were having a meeting in the study room. Three of them had their eyes on an ancient book that Aditya bought back with him last night. Watson was still shocked knowing that his young master now possesses the heavenly Crimson Dragon bloodline. Just like Julia, Watson also reacted very strongly. The old man probably couldn't believe what he was hearing. Just like Julia, Watson strongly warned His Majesty to not tell another soul about his bloodline. How are we supposed to open this ancient book? To open this book, we will need a second-order rune master. Actually, Aditya picked up the book and started reading the runes that were written on the cover page of the book. Seeing that both Julia and Watson felt their numb bodies being hit with another wave of lightning. Open. Young master, you can actually understand runes, but since when? Watson has been serving Aditya for 3 years now. He was here even before his lady Julia come. He knew better than anyone that in these 3 years, Aditya never did anything other than drinking. Knowing that he can't lie to Watson, Aditya decided to tell them the half-truth. Look, my super fast cultivation, my bloodline evolving, and me knowing about runes has something to do with a huge secret. It's not that I can't trust both of you with my secret. It's just that this secret is too big. I would die if people knew my secret. There was no way Aditya was going to tell them about the system. This was his only way to shut both of their mouths so that both Julia and Watson wouldn't ask him any more questions. Julia and Watson looked at each other and nodded with a serious look. Thank you. Now let's open this book and uncover the secrets. The Black Heart. So this is really the book that gave Amos the way of using the Black Heart. I wonder if I would be able to strengthen my soldiers with the Black Heart. Watson picked up the book and began reading out loud. The Black Heart is a mysterious technique that once was used by a famous necromancer. The Black Heart is an artificial heart that is placed on the right side of the chest. The Black Heart is said to give cultivators immense powers. The Black Heart can double or even triple a cultivator's cultivation speed. When the Black Heart is used, the user would receive a huge increase in mana. This Black Heart thing is really strong. Both Julia and Watson knew the value of this book. If other kingdoms were to learn the existence of such a powerful, mighty technique, they would do anything to get their hands on this book. Young master, I think we should make this Black Heart and test it on some criminal. If the test succeeds, we can double, if not triple, the powers of our military forces. Watson, I hate to break your excitement, but even if the test succeeds, we can't simply use the Black Heart to enhance our troops. Just imagine what would happen if the news spread. At that time, we would be hunted by powerful factions. In this world of cultivation, a cultivator's greediness had no bounds. The big factions wouldn't even hesitate to crush their kingdom to get this heavenly technique. I think both of you're thinking too far ahead, Julia said while looking at the book. Even if we managed to successfully create the Black Heart, and I don't think anyone could withstand the sudden increase in mana. Let's image a cultivator's body to be a container while the heart is the main part of the container. The container size can only be extended when the cultivation of a person increases. Now let's imagine what would happen if the container surpasses its capacity. The container would explode like watermelon. What I am trying to say is, even if the Black Heart was placed, after a period of 2 or 3 days, the side effect would start showing up. Or in worst-case scenarios, that person would just explode like a balloon. That's why the soldiers in my nightmare looked fine. So their tragedy was going to come after all. Aditya felt a little relieved to know that in one of those infinite futures, his enemies would die because of the very thing that gave them the taste of victory and power. Isn't there some way that we can use the black heart? Watson asked in a disappointed tone. Maybe Aditya can. Me? How? I am not sure, but I feel your heavenly bloodline should allow the black heart to function. Unlike normal people, beings who have a heavenly bloodline are special. Unlike our container, your container is made up of rubber that can be stretched. This is all just a theory. I will have to do some research. Massive braziers encompassing each of the 12 limestone columns light up every part of the throne hall and blanket everything in a warm glow. The humongous chandeliers hanging from the oblique ceiling dance in the flickering light, while memorials look down upon the mosaic floor of this imposing hall. A coral rug runs down from the throne and splits to encircle the entire hall, while square banners with adorned ridges the walls. Between each banner hangs a small magical chandelier. A few of them have been lit, and in turn, illuminate the paintings of heroes and legends below them. Extensive, stained glass windows depicting important moments of victory are hidden by veils colored the same coral as the banners. The curtains have been adorned with fancy tassels and burnished corners. A noble throne of marble sits in front of a giant painting of the kingdom and is adjoined by 3 similar but smaller seats for visiting dignitaries. The throne is covered in symbolic illustrations, and fixed on each of the broad ears is a lavish lion's head. The thick pillows are a dark coral, and these too have been adorned with embellished tracery. Those waiting to see their Royal Highness can do so on the plethora of lightly illuminated oak benches, all of which are facing the throne in a wide V-shape. Those of higher standing can instead take a seat on the extravagant balconies facing the throne. While peace was beginning to bless the land of Eastern Kingdom, the Zulux king was not happy at all. Your Majesty, the messenger from the Eastern Kingdom has arrived. Let me hear what the Eastern Kingdom has to say. The king of Eastern Kingdom had to say the following. King of Zulux dynasty, the Eastern Kingdom has captured the prime minister of your kingdom for working with a rebel. Currently, the prime minister is in our custody. Don't worry, I am feeding him 3 meals a day. If your highness wants his prime minister back, then I want 50,000 royal gold coins, 52-star weapons, and 1 year of grain supplies. The king of Eastern Kingdom really has grown his balls. To think a king who used to live on alcohol till a week ago is now demanding the Zulux dynasty to pay ransom for freeing our prime minister. The Zulux dynasty won't accept this humiliation. The king's eyes turned red from anger. How dare a lowly kingdom capture the prime minister of the Zulux dynasty? The dog that we used to feed is now starting to bite us. In the king's eyes, the Eastern Kingdom was nothing but a small piece of land that we can conquer at any given moment. Send General Darren Ellis with 60,000 troops to crush the Eastern Kingdom. Also, tell him to not kill that king. I want to personally torture that bastard to death. But your Majesty, according to the reports, there might be third-order cultivator helping the enemy. Don't you think it would be wiser to wait a little longer? One of the advisors of the king asked. So what? General Darren Ellis's power is enough to deal with any third order. General Darren Ellis was a third-order existence himself. Vote for Chapter 28. Quickly another week passed. This week, Julia was busy researching the Black Heart. Watson and Alex were doing the management work under Aditya's orders, while 700 recruits who have been training for 2 weeks were now ready to select their division. Aditya left the selection part to his 7 generals, since they knew the recruits better than he did. The reconstruction of the capital was going smoothly. By now, the Seeker of Impurity Guild also had opened its first branch in the capital. The plan to build the port city was in its final stages, and the construction work should begin any time in the next week, while on the other side the expansion of Silver Meadow Grove was going too smoothly. By the end of the second week, The prices of the food and supplies also dropped, making it more affordable for the common people. After taking Prime Minister Joseph as a prisoner, Aditya, knowing that a war is going to start, bought a huge supply of food using Duke Sarlas's connections with some merchants from the Nepoka kingdom. Also, by expanding borders towards the Silver Meadow Grove, the soldiers were able to hunt a large number of magical beasts. The magical beasts were transported back to the capital. In this world, there were two types of wild animals. There was a type of animal that couldn't cultivate, while there is another kind of animal known as magical beasts that can cultivate. Magical beasts are born with certain cultivation techniques that they use to cultivate. However, unlike humans, magical beasts can also cultivate by killing other magical beasts and by eating their flesh. Magical animals only lived in forests that have a high concentration of mana. The Silver Meadow Grove is one of those places where magical beasts live. While this passing week has been the most exciting week for Aditya, even though he couldn't level up this entire week, he wasn't the least bit sad about it. He spent the majority of his time in his study room. Other than Alex and Watson, even Julia was forbidden from coming to his study room. No one knew what Aditya was doing in his study room. Knock, knock. Enter. Standing in front of the master, Watson looked very serious. Young master, the Zulux dynasty has officially declared war against the Eastern Kingdom. There was no change in Aditya's expression. The war already had started when I captured their prime minister. It was just a matter of time before the Zulux dynasty acted. Rather than fighting both kingdoms at the same time, it was better to fight once at a time. So, how many troops does the enemy force has? 60,000 troops lead by a third-order general. Well, the number is higher than I expected. When will their army arrive? In less than 72 hours. Their target is Xeroka City. I understand. Then what are we even waiting for? Prepare for the war. It's time to shed some blood. Your Highness, who will remain in the castle if everyone leaves? What do you mean by everyone? Julia will be staying at the castle. Since Julia was an alchemist, class cultivator, there was no reason to bring her to the battlefield. Julia's skills were mostly supportive type. While it's true that her supportive skills would be useful in a battle, Aditya is not sure whether he can protect her. The battlefield will be too chaotic. Even though this was Aditya's first time fighting a war, he knew that the entire battlefield will be dyed in blood. Anything can happen in battle. He doesn't want to risk her life. What about the recruits? After 2 weeks of training combined with regular pills from Lady Julia, I think they are ready to participate in the war. They're already strong as newly trained soldiers. Watson felt they could use this chance to let the recruits gain experience, which would be helpful for their growth. No, all of them will die if they are taken to the battlefield. Julia's pills have certainly made their bodies stronger, but they are still unrefined iron ores. Even if their bodies have gotten stronger, they don't have the skills to use that power. For this battle, we're mainly going to rely on the army of Duke Zane. Are you sure you don't want me to come with you? Julia bit her lips in frustration. As much as she hated war and killing, she wanted to come with Aditya and use her skills to support him in a battle. No, princess. You can stay at the castle and keep making various pills for us. You have no idea how much you're contributing to our military by making pills. Your pills will give the soldiers an extra life. The previous plan of selling healing pills at a lower price was cancelled. Those healing pills would now be used to heal the injured soldiers. Then take this with you. Julia handed a purple pill that was stored in a jade bottle. What is this pill? Even a person with no alchemy knowledge can tell that this pill was a 3-star pill. This is a 3-star pill that I managed to create after many trials and errors. The pill is made from your blood. Crimson Berserk pill can temporarily push your strength 1 order, but do remember, the increase in your cultivation will only last for 10 minutes. After 10 minutes, you will experience the side effect of the pill. I guess I will have to pay a price for the sudden boost in my strength. Yes, once this pill is used, 5% of your soul will be damaged. This will cause your cultivation strength to drop for a while. As for how long it will take for your soul to recover, even I am not sure, since I don't have much knowledge of the soul. So this pill is my last resort." Aditya stared at the purple color pill. "I really don't want you to use this pill, but it's better than dying. Remember, use this pill only as your last resort." Julia, in fact, didn't even want to create this pill. Compared to death, this was a small price to pay. "Thank you, Julia," Aditya replied in a sincere tone. "How far have you progressed with your research?" "It won't take too long. At maximum, I will need 1 week. When I am done, I will let you know." "All right, Watson, I will leave everything in your hand. You can rest assured. Your Majesty, this humble servant will not fail your expectations." Watson politely lowered his head and offered a bow to Aditya. "Let's head out." All the food supplies, healing pills, and other items were in Aditya's storage ring. With the 7 generals followed by 400 soldiers, the king head out for the war. Aditya only took 400 soldiers, and the rest were ordered to guard the capital. Leaving the capital, defenseless when war was going on, was not a good idea. Another reason why Watson was left behind was that he had the ability to lead an army in case some third party used this situation to attack. With the walls being renovated, Aditya was confident that even his army can hold the enemies long enough for him to rush back to the capital. After exiting the capital with everyone, Aditya ordered them to stop. "Scott, you take the charge and lead the army to Ziraka City. I have some other work to do." "I will obey your command." "Good." After saying that, 2 red pairs of wings appeared behind Aditya. Each red wing was 2 meters long. In front of everyone, the king flew off to the sky in the direction of Silver Meadow Grove. "It looks like a huge storm is going to come." Yesterday night, the whole sky was covered in black storm clouds. The local told Watson that a huge storm could come by today or tomorrow. Hopefully with the storm, the army of the Zulux dynasty will stop their march and wait until the storm ends. Aditya took out a crescent-shaped black earring and put it on his right ear. "Duke Sarlis greets His Majesty. Commander Zane greets His Majesty." Enough with the formalities. In this period, we don't have time for such things. "Sir Sarlis, what was the Nepoka Kingdom's response to our proposal for an alliance?" Asked Duke Sarlis to send a letter to the king of the Nepoka Kingdom. "I still haven't received any words from them. I guess they are testing us." "Your Majesty, how they are testing us?" "No experience and knowledge of how polities worked. Both kingdoms think that we have a third-order cultivator. Rumors in both kingdoms. Now the Nepoka Kingdom wants to see if the rumor is really true, meaning that they're thinking that we will use our third-order cultivator to fight against the invaders. I don't understand how having a third order can affect all these matters. Let me explain. The Nepoka Kingdom wants to see if we really have a third order. Whether we have a third order or not, the Nepoka Kingdom will have to help us. Once the Zulux dynasty captures our territory, then the Nepoka Kingdom will be their next big target. To prevent that, the Nepoka Kingdom will assist us in this war. This is why I wrote a letter and made Duke Sarlis send it to the king. Another reason why they are purposely delaying their response is to make the Istaran military weaker. They don't the Istarans to use their assistance to grow in military power. Imagine what would happen if with the Nepoka Kingdom's help we managed to push back the Zulux dynasty. In return, we'll gain many benefits that will grow our military powers to 3rd tier. But if that were to happen, we would become a threat to their kingdom. This war is a fight of interests. The Nepoka Kingdom won't let either the Zulux or the Istaran Kingdom gain any military power from this war. Their aim is to use the Zulux army to weaken the Istaran military to the point where our military power would degrade to 1st tier. While doing that, they also wish to wait till our so-called third-order cultivator dies in this invasion. Your Majesty, even I failed to see the big picture. I must your political understanding is even higher than mine. I guess you're really this kingdom's guiding star. Ha 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 ha, Duke Sarlis laughed out loud. Your Majesty, what about the Zulux dynasty? Surely they also must have expected us to ask for an alliance. Zane asked. I don't know. While I did purposely capture their prime minister and also ignored their warnings, and started expanding our territory towards the Silver Meadow Grove, and also started building the port city, I guess these all factors must have really infuriated the king. Sometimes having too much ego is not good. The king must have felt humiliated seeing a weak kingdom ignore their warnings, and even went as far as to capture their prime and minister and even ask for ransom. Right now, they only have one thought in their mind, and that is to destroy our kingdom. For some kings, their reputation is everything. The Zulux dynasty king happens to be a person who really cares about his reputation. Because of his ego, he failed to see that he was falling for my trap. Vote for, we really need power stones to win this competition. Chapter 29. For some kings, their reputation is everything. The Zulux dynasty king happens to be a person who cares about his reputation. Because of his ego, he failed to see that he was falling for my trap. From that day when Aditya had the nightmare in which all the people close to time were killed by the Zulux dynasty, Aditya had a deep hate for the Zulux king. From the letter that Zane sent, Aditya knew that the prime minister was going to come on that exact day. Everything went according to his plan. By giving the excuse of food shortage, Aditya further provoked the king by expanding their borders and building the port city. Genius. Your Majesty, this old man is starting to feel his blood boil in excitement. Eventually, both kingdoms will clash at our borders. This situation is like if I am going to die, I am going to drag others with me. Ha, except that I don't have any plans of dying yet. There is a quote that once was said by a great general named Sun Tzu. If you know the enemy and know yourself, you can win 100 battles without a single loss. Your Majesty, now I am almost starting to feel sorry for Duke Ryan. He died without knowing that. He was used as bait. There is another saying by Sun Tzu. Appear weak when you are strong and strong when you are weak. By spreading the false news of a third-order cultivator in the Eastern military, we made both kingdoms panic. For now, everything is under our control, but I doubt the enemy will dance in our palms for a long time. Yes, we will have to think of an alternative. Luckily for us, we already have an alternative. I am going to meet them in Silver Meadow Grove. I am sure that the Nepoka kingdom will ask for a tribute for their alliance. They will say that in exchange for protecting your kingdom, we want tributes to be paid every year. But don't worry, paying tribute will only last for a short period. I trust your Majesty. With you, we have nothing to fear. Increase the recruitment of soldiers. After another 5 minutes of discussion, the meeting finally ended. If my plan works out, by the time when this war will end, the Eastern Kingdom would become a 4th tier if not a 5th tier empire. After flying for 10 hours straight, Aditya finally reached his destination. Currently, Aditya was in front of a huge mountain valley, so this is the everlasting highlands. Everything here was covered in a layer of greenery. The Everlasting Highlands was a place in the Silver Meadow Grove. In the middle of the Everlasting Highlands, there was a huge mountain valley where the demon race people lived. It was said that a long time ago, the demon race invaded the world. They had managed to take over the Dying Isle continent along with 2 other continents that were near the Dying Isle continent. At that time, the entire world was said to have bathed in chaos. The invasion of a foreign race had brought all the races in this world together. With the combined power of all races, the demon race was pushed back to their world after 90 years of conflict. But in that 90 years, many demon race people had settled down in their conquered areas. Even when the demon race left, those demons never left this world. Just like how the beast had several subraces like lion men and fox men, the demon race also had variations of subraces. Today, succubus is one of the most famous races in this world. But before the demon race invaded, there was no succubus in this world. Succubus, Magian, devils, wicked orcs, goblins, vampires, hargraves, fallen angels, stone minotaurs, gilded trolls, treants, and snow Goliaths were some examples of demon races. Over time, the people of this world have come to accept the demon races, though other than the devils, fallen angels, vampires, and succubus races. All demonic races are hated, discriminated, and used as slaves. For this reason, many demon races live in the forest, away from civilization. The only reason why the succubus race become this popular was because of their power of lust. It is said that the succubus race found its place in prostitute centers. However, with time, nowadays only the lower-class succubus work in prostitute centers, while the rich succubus families settled down in various kingdoms across the whole world and become powerful nobles. The same could be said for vampires, devils, and fallen angels. Vampires, devils, and fallen angels had extraordinary power almost comparable to elves and dragons. Even in the demon race, the vampire, devils, and fallen angels races were always at the top. Unlike the succubus race, the vampire, devils, and fallen angels joined themselves with small kingdoms, and later, they even managed to establish their kingdom. After the vampire, devils, fallen angels, and the succubus, there is the Magian race. Unlike the other four races, their number was very less. The Magian race chose to live in forests. The everlasting highlands was one of their homes, and Aditya was here to meet them. Aditya could see a village in the center of the valley. According to what Aditya heard, the Magians that live here don't like to communicate or work with other races. Once or twice a year, they would go out to Ziraka City with herbs, rare alchemy ingredients, and dead bodies of magical beasts and exchange them for weapons, clothes, salts, and farming tools. I hope they would at least hear what I have to say. Aditya slowly landed in front of the Magian village. The entire village was fortified by 3 meters tall stone walls. The houses were built with wood. Stop! The entrance was guarded by 2 Magians. Aditya did what they told him to do. He stopped, moving, and raised his arms in the air to show that he wasn't here to harm them. What do you want, outsider? The 2 Magians for a moment looked confused seeing Aditya's red wings. Staying in the same place for generations has limited their knowledge of the world. Most of them didn't know what Aditya's race was. I am here to talk with your leader. In every Magian race, people had either 1 or 2 horns on their foreheads. The guards had 2 black horns on their foreheads. Generally, the color of their horns is the same as the color of their hair. Talk with our leader. I am sorry, but we simply can't allow a stranger to meet our leader. If you have any message for our leader, we will give it to the village leader. Both Magian guards simply didn't trust Aditya enough to take him inside their village. Why don't I introduce myself? I am the king of Istarin Kingdom. Today I came here to meet the leader of your village. Both Magian guards looked at each other for a second, as if deciding who was going to inform the leader. You wait here, I will inform our leader. Aditya was not offended by the attitude of the Magians. They didn't even know him. He patiently waited at the entrance for 10 minutes before the black-haired Magian guard returned. You can come with me. But remember, if you do anything suspicious, we won't hesitate to attack you. Aditya nodded and followed the Magian guard. While walking in the village, Aditya could see many small Magian children with a cute little horn growing on their forehead, curiously looking at him. The children were not allowed to go out, so, seeing an outsider, their curious nature kicked in. Seeing the children looking at him, Aditya gently smiled and slightly waved his wings. Just as the children were about to walk toward Aditya to touch his wings that attracted their attention, the children's mothers came and took them away. I wonder why everyone is so offensive towards outsiders. Did Duke Ryan do something to this village or what? After walking for 3 minutes, they stopped in front of a house that was 4 times larger than a normal wooden house. This is the house of the village leader. The interior of the house was built more like traditional Japanese houses. Knock, knock, come in. After opening the door, the Magian guard signaled Aditya to go in. Walking inside the room, the first thing that attracted his attention was the old man who was sitting on the floor. The old man was wearing a black kimono. He had a black horn on the left part of his forehead. Welcome to the village of Watford. Why don't you sit down so that we can talk? Aditya nodded and sat opposite the old man. Between them, there was a low coffee table. Why don't we start from the introduction part? My name is Aditya. I am the king of Eastern Kingdom. Bonus Chapter 1, Chapter 30. I have heard a lot about the Eastern King. Aditya could show a helpless smile. He knew the old man was talking about his reputation as the alcohol-addicted king. Anyway, I am Zachary Skullspire. As you know, I am the leader of this Majin village. I like to be direct and ask His Majesty the reason for his sudden visit, especially when a war is going to start in less than 62 hours. And here I thought your Majin village didn't have any idea about the war. Aditya replied with a smile. Haha, we know a thing or two from the passing wind. We just don't care. For generations our people have lived in this valley without a care of the outside world. Knock, knock. Come in. When the door was opened, a beautiful lady wearing light blue kimono came carrying tea and snacks. This is my first son's wife. Her name is Marie Skullspire. Marie looked like she was only 20 years old, but in reality her age was above 35. She was 5 feet 8 inches tall. She had long blue hair that she tied in a bun. After serving the tea and snacks, Marie bowed and left the room. Now, before we start our conversation, why don't we drink some tea? I promise you will love this tea. Aditya nodded and, after blowing the tea a few times, he took a sip. It's really good. This tea is even better than the ones I drink at the palace. The tea that Aditya and everyone in the palace drink is specially imported from another continent. Ha, I am pleased to know that His Majesty likes our tea. This tea planet naturally grows in the mountains of the everlasting highlands. Drinking this tea helps in the quick recovery of mana. If this tea is consumed for a prolonged period, then the mana of a person naturally increases. No wonder I sense so powerful mana coming from your body. Aditya was very amazed. If possible, he wanted everyone in the palace to drink this tea. Everyone. Your Majesty, if you're thinking of buying this tea from us, then I have to disappoint you. Why? Aditya asked while enjoying the tea he was given. First of all, you're not the only one who wants our tea. Recently, a group of bandits has started stealing our tea. Normally, we would have enough tea to even sell it to the merchant. But these few months, our tea supplies have dropped. If you want, I can help you with the bandit situation. Aditya was naturally doing this to earn Majin's trust and respect. When Aditya was walking in the village, he noticed that even the 5-year-old children had very high mana for their age. Even a dragon of 5 years old does not have this much mana. I thank you for your kind words, but we can solve this problem on our own. Now moving from the topic, I would like to ask the reason for His Majesty's sudden visit to our small village. This is not the place where a king should come. Aditya could feel that the old man was trying to distance himself from outsiders. Even though they are troubled by bandits, they are not willing to ask for help. My main plan was to invite your people to live in my territory. I was thinking of granting you a piece of land where your people can build a village and settle down. But seeing how much your people hate outsiders, I have changed my mind. I have another proposal for your people. Aditya knew that he would be kicked out of this village if he asked the people living here to settle down in his territory. Oh, I wonder what proposal the king of Eastern Kingdom has from us. The old man naturally knew what Aditya was going to request. Zachary has protected this village from wind and storm for multiple generations. He has forgotten how long he has been working as the leader of this village. In the future, the 3 kingdoms will be involved in this upcoming. If that happens, the chances of my kingdom surviving are small. But I can increase that percentage by having a team that can keep me updated on the movement of the enemy troops. Majin race is one of those special races that is born for the sole purpose of assassination and infiltration. Every Majin race member was born with a unique ability that allowed them to move through the shadows. I already have set up an assassin division. The members of the assassin division are still not ready. Even Nathan still hasn't recovered his full strength. Nathan can't do everything alone. I will need the Majin race people's help. This lowly man would have to apologize. My people do not wish to participate in the war. Aditya didn't show his disappointment on his face. He instead drank some tea to calm himself. I am ready to pay them monthly salaries in royal gold. "Your Majesty, this is not about money. My people prefer to live here instead of interacting with the outside world." "I understand. But can you please tell me why the Magians of this village don't like outsiders?" "A long time ago, some human merchants approached us to do trade with them. I agreed to exchange our tea, the skin and bones of magical animals, and whatever herbs that we can find in the forest. For a few months everything was going well. The human merchant would visit us once a month. We would get our clothes, weapons, farming tools, and salt from the merchant. Everything was going smoothly. Everyone was happy until that day came." Aditya noticed the sadness and regret in the village leader's eyes. "One day, the human merchant took a liking to one of our female Magian. Everything was going well, and after a month, both the human and female Magian named Sarah got married. Sarah and her husband decided to stay in the village. Every month Sarah's husband would spend 10 days in the village, but one day Sarah's husband never returned. We even sent our male Magians to look for the merchant in Ziraka City. Later, we learned that the human merchant was a despicable person. He would go from village to village and marry one of the women from each village. At that time, Sarah was pregnant with that man's child. After learning about the truth, we killed the human merchant. But this incident left a bad, stereotypical image in the village Magian's mind. That was the first time we had tried to open up to an outsider. From then, no one in the village likes any outsiders in this village." Wyvern attack. Aditya and Zachary looked at each other. The next second, both of them reacted and appeared outside. Zachary moved using their innate ability to travel using a shadow. "What the hell?" Aditya raised his head when saw Black Wyvern attacking the village. The Wyvern had the tail of a viper, a venomous snake, 2 black wings that were 3 meters long, and 2 legs. The Wyvern was 7 meters tall. "Everyone hurry up and go to the underground shelter. We cannot fight this Wyvern." The whole village was in chaos. 1 out of 10 of the entire village was already destroyed by the Wyvern's attack. Aditya spread his red wings and flew off to the sky. The Wyvern seems to have noticed Aditya. It quickly turned its attention to Aditya. Every Magian in the village stopped for a second to look at what was happening. "This Wyvern should be at peak second order." Roar! With a thunderous roar, the Wyvern charged at the Crimson Dragon at its full speed. When the Wyvern was about 15 meters away, it opened its mouth showing its sharp fangs, and fired a wave of black flame at the Crimson Dragon. So this is the Black Flame. In this world, flames are divided into ranks. Ordinary fires are orange, while the tip is red. Certain individuals could flame of different colors. The black flame can be used when the darkness element is combined with the fire element, resulting in the formation of a powerful flame. Generally, beings who have fire and dark nature affinity can use black flame. For magical beasts, some unique beasts possess the ability to use black flame. This Wyvern is one of those unique magical beasts. The black flame is nothing in front of the crimson flame of a heavenly dragon. Seeing the wave of black flame that was 15 meters in size, that threatened to devour the heavens and earth, in front of such a devastating attack, the king still looked as calm as the ocean. Crimson blaze. A small wisp of crimson-red flame was prepared by Aditya to block the Wyvern's attack. Although the black flame couldn't even come near the crimson flame in terms of power, the attack still had the power to harm Aditya in his human form. Boom! Just like he had expected, the wish of crimson flame was powerful enough to black the huge wave of black flame. The collision between the two attacks resulted in a huge explosion that for a moment covered the sky with black smoke. The Wyvern finally regained some of its senses. Seeing the crimson flame, the Wyvern's instinct knew that this flame was extremely dangerous for him. The eyes that were previously filled with anger now were filled with fear. When the smoke cleared up, the Wyvern finally stopped and looked at Aditya in fear. "Had enough, or do you want more?" The Wyvern repeatedly shook his head. Aditya also relaxed his guards. Now that the Wyvern has been dealt with, he needed to have a second discussion with the village leader. Amazing to think I would find a being who is capable of using the legendary Crimson Flame. I have to capture you for my experiment. Under the dark, stormy clouds, several wyverns flew towards the Majin village, followed by 2 black 7 meters big wyverns. There was a wyvern that looked slightly different than other wyverns. This wyvern was 10 meters in size. However, unlike the other wyverns, this one had blue lightning constantly flickering around its body. The eyes of this wyvern were pitch black. There was no white part. There was a man wearing a black cloak who was riding the wyvern. The man was holding a black 2 meters long bone staff. I am Ash. I am sorry, who are you again? Chapter 31. I am Ash. The man who was riding a 10 meters big wyvern and was followed by 2 other wyverns introduced himself like a king. Honestly, the whole thing looked so cringe, especially for Aditya, who was an actual ruler. I am sorry, who are you again? Aditya in a mocking tone. This name reminded him of a certain anime character from the Earth. Even after 2 decades, that character didn't age. Instead, with time, the character's age seemed to be moving in reverse. Who are you? The man asked while the wyvern moved in his direction. Let's just say I am a traveler. So, I assume you're not just here to show off your wyverns, are you? On the surface, Aditya might look very relaxed and calm, but inwardly his mind was running faster than the speed of light. He was trying to think of a way of taking down this man as soon as possible. But even for Aditya, fighting 3 peak second-order wyverns and a beginner third-order at the same time would be very difficult, if not impossible. The wyvern's eyes are strangely pitch black. There is no emotion in their eyes. It was like they are already dead. You're pretty arrogant. It looks like after managing to push a singly wyvern, you assuming that you can defeat me. How bold. Let's see if you can fight against 3 wyverns at the same time. Mind-controlling puppet, raising the bone staff in the air. The man, who was a mage with dark nature, released a black bolt of lightning that hit that wyvern that Aditya just defeated. As soon as the wyvern was hit with the black lightning, all the emotions in the wyvern's eyes were erased, as its eyes turned pitch black like the other wyverns. As I thought, this man is a cultivator that specializes in mind controlling. Without wasting any time, he took out a 2-star sword that had runes drawn over it. During this whole week, Aditya was busy practicing his rune magic. He even stopped sleeping at night and replaced it with only a few hours of nap. He would start his days by drawing various rune spells. After exhausting his man in using rune magic, he would do the administration work. Whenever Aditya recovered his mana, he was always giving his time in rune magic. This sword is really interesting. Not only this sword is a 2-star weapon, but it also has been enchanted with runes. The man named Ash observed the 2-star sword that had red runes drawn all over it. Sword of Crimson Blaze mid 2-star description. Description: sword has increased by several folds after being enchanted by someone who has mastered all the beginner class rune magic. This weapon was forged as an experiment. Function 1. Function 1, fire type attacks by 50%. Function 2. Function 2. Chance of landing a critical strike on a second order. No matter how many times I read the description and the function of this sword, I can't stop being impressed. This was the very first weapon that Aditya used his rune magic to enchant, using Charm of Inferno rune skill. After some failures, he was finally able to add fire elemental buffs to the 2-star sword. Extra 10% fire damage was added due to the passive skill Charm of Inferno rune. This sword, from where did you get it? The man named Ash asked with a curious look. Why bother asking this kind of question when we're about to start our fight? Boy, today a dragon is going to be killed by a lesser dragon. Boom! The 7 meters long wyvern charged at Aditya without any emotions. Those wyverns looked no different from machines. Seeing the 3 wyverns taking a deep breath and opening their mouths, he knew they were going to blast a wave of black flame from both sides. Knowing what his opponent was planning, Aditya hurriedly slashed his 2-star sword at the 2 wyverns who were coming from the front. With the slash, a huge arc of red flame burst out of the crimson sword towards the 2 wyverns. Knowing that another attack was coming from the back, he used his skill Crimson Blaze to cover his 2 meters long dragon wings in red flame. Boom! The entire village shook from the shockwave and the sound of the explosion. Every Majin in the village was looking at the battle. Since Majin cannot fly, they were powerless against enemies that can fly. Although they can hide in the shadow, fighting an enemy in the air was beyond them. Covering the dragon wings with crimson flame didn't do any harm to Aditya since his body was naturally resistant to his own flames, mainly due to his heavenly crimson bloodline. By covering his back with his flame, he managed to block the black fire attack of the first wyvern, while by sending a powerful gigantic arc of red-crimson flame that was over 20 meters long and 10 meters wide, Aditya bought himself some extra few seconds to focus on each wyvern at a time, while the two wyverns couldn't dodge the huge arc of flame that burned their bodies. If not for their black wyvern scales, they would have died, taking advantage of the black smoke that now had covered the sky above the Majin village. Aditya, using his lunar vision, moved super fast and appeared behind the first wyvern, who was momentarily blinded by the black smoke. Die! Aditya raised his crimson sword with the intention of cutting the wyvern's neck, but just when his sword was about to touch the wyvern's neck, a blue bolt of lightning came out of nowhere and hit Aditya's chest, sending him flying more than 100 meters, making him crush land on a rocky mountain. Bang! Seeing Aditya getting hit and sent flying like a cannonball, all the Majins in the village panicked. Now that the person who has been fighting to protect their village was gone, they were doomed. Even if they can hide in the shadows, if the wyverns destroy their entire village, then everything will be over for them. I have to help him. Though I can't fight enemies who can sky, I can still give the opportunity that he needs. The old man who has enjoying tea with Aditya a few minutes ago went back to his house to look for something that he swore never to use. Cough. That hurts. I could have ended the fight in a minute if that beginner third-order wyvern had not intervened with its lightning bolt. Wiping the blood that he just coughed out, Aditya extended his majestic crimson wings, and once again he flew off to the sky. Aditya was still feeling his chest burning from the pain of a third-order attack. If not for his red, crimson heavenly dragon scales covering his body like armor, he would have been severely injured in that attack. Fortunately, I have been using my dragon scales from the very start. How did that feel? Ash asked with a mocking look. I admit, I was a little reckless back there, which let my guard down. I wasn't expecting you to use your beginner third-order pet to stop me. But then again, I shouldn't be surprised considering this is the nature of your character. Hearing Aditya's mocking words, finally, the look on Ash's face changed. He gritted his teeth in anger. He looked like he couldn't wait to torture Aditya. It seems you still have a lot of vitality left in you. Then how about facing 4 wyverns at the same time? Since I am the villain here, I get to do the cheating. Looking at 4 wyverns that stood 50 meters away from him, Aditya felt he shouldn't have made Ash angry. Sometimes I should really keep my mouth close. Even when Aditya was standing before 3 peak second order and 1 beginner third grade wyverns, there was no nervousness or fear in his heart. Maybe Aditya's heavenly crimson bloodline was changing him. No matter how powerful a wyvern is, at the end of the day, all dragons look down on wyvern as if they were lesser dragons. A normal second order would have died 10 times to kill a peak second order wyvern. But here Aditya was facing 3 peak second order and 1 beginner third grade wyverns, and was still pushing them back. This itself was a huge feat that no one in the whole world has managed to achieve. Can he really win against 4 wyverns? I don't know. At first I thought he can't. But seeing how powerful he is, I am not certain. No matter how powerful he is, I don't think he can defeat 4 wyverns. There is a vast difference between a peak second order and a beginner third order. Adding to the fact that he is currently facing off 3 peak second order and 1 beginner third grade wyverns, I think he won't even be able to last 30 seconds. We have no choice but to hide in our shadows and wait for the enemy to leave. I don't know if he will win or lose, but I am praying for him to win. Otherwise, that man never let us live in peace. The second chapter of the day. More chapters are coming. Keep voting for more. Chapter 32. Facing 4 wyverns, the Crimson Dragon wasn't the slightest bit afraid. Once again, the 4 wyverns prepared to attack. Crimson blaze. Just as Aditya created a red-crimson spread of flame, the 4th wyvern, the beginner 3rd order, moved very fast. While the 4th wyvern moved to meet Aditya head-on, the other 3 wyverns stayed back preparing to fire their black flame. So fast, seeing how fast the leader wyvern was moving towards him, Aditya was forced to stop his crimson attack, knowing that he was short on time. And his simple attack won't harm a beginner 1,200 plus. And strength. A beginner 3rd order wyvern holds the power to even defeat an average mid-3rd order due to its high mana and strength, which gives it extra stats points. Even with its gigantic 10 meters body, it was moving super fast. Before Aditya knew it, the wyvern was already in front of him. Instead of using magical attacks, the wyvern looked at Aditya in disdain and went to finish the Crimson Dragon with its sharp teeth. Just as the wyvern opened its mouth, intending to tear Aditya, he using this chance fired a molten bolt in the wyvern's mouth. Boom! However, instead of showing that pained expression, contrary to Aditya's expectations, the wyvern replied with a sudden blue bolt of lightning that once again sent him flying like a cannonball, causing him to fly more than 50 meters and crush on a 10-meter flat boulder that instantly cracked from the impact. Bang! Cough! Not again. Aditya for a split second had lowered his guard to see the wyvern's pained expression. As earlier when the wyvern showed at Aditya in disdain, he felt his pride as a dragon wouldn't allow any other lesser dragon to mock him. I can't fight this wyvern without going all out. He didn't want to go all out because he wanted to preserve his strength for the big battle he would fight in less than 61 hours. It's not like I have any other choice. Besides, I can't stand that lesser dragon's mocking and disdain gaze. Any dragon in Aditya's place would get super angry if they saw lesser dragon giving them a mocking look. Wyvern was considered to have ancestral connections with dragons, but they were not true dragons. They were considered a lesser dragons. Blast of divine fury. Boom! Everyone peak 2nd order in the valley felt the sudden wave of mana that came out of Aditya's mouth. Before anyone could understand what was going on, Aditya started floating back to the sky. However, unlike the previous times, the playful Aditya was long gone. It was as if Aditya has become another person. Except for his appearance, his aura and his temperament had changed. Unlike the calm Aditya that everyone in the Majin village saw and was familiar with, this Aditya looked very wild and fierce. There was nothing gentle about this current Crimson Dragon. What happened? The man named Ash, who was responsible for this attack and also was controlling the 4 wyverns, couldn't help but ask out loud. Unfortunately for him, he and everyone in the Majin village was going to get the answer to their curiosity in a cruel way. Roar! A powerful roar escaped from the Crimson King's mouth. The roar was so loud that it caused the elderly people in the Majin village to directly faint. With the thunderous roar, even heaven seems to shake as the storm clouds turned even more chaotic. All the previous emotions that were on Aditya's face were erased and replaced with a cold expression. Those crimson pupils seemed to have the terrifying ability to make one's soul tremble for eternity. Dragon transformation. Boom! Another strong wave of mana spread throughout the valley. This time, even the small Majin children were able to feel the crimson mana that spread around the valley. A bright red light started glowing on Aditya's entire body. The red light was so bright that the magical beasts, even living in the deeper part of the deep Silver Meadow Grove, were able to sense the awakening of a heavenly monster. Everyone in the Majin village couldn't take off their eyes. In front of their eyes, they were witnessing the first full dragon transformation of a heavenly Crimson Dragon. This whole world was experiencing the birth of a heavenly Crimson Dragon after countless millenniums. Ding! Due to the host activating his heavenly Crimson bloodline and going through the first full dragon transformation, several passive skills have been modified due to the host's bloodline. Ding! Skill Blast of Divine Fury has been activated. Due to the host having a heavenly bloodline, The mana required to keep the Blast of Divine Fury skill activated has been reduced. Ding, the passive skill Blast of Divine Fury has been modified because of the host's Crimson Heavenly bloodline. Ding, passive skill Eruption Wave also has been modified. Ding, passive skill Molten Bolt has been modified and forcefully evolved. Ding, Molten Bolt has evolved to become Crimson Blink. The red light that was coming from Aditya started changing its shape. The outline of a human figure started to disappear, and Aditya's body started growing in size. His wings started growing, much longer than before. His arms started growing, turning into huge claws. The shape of his head and neck also started growing. When the bright red light stopped glowing, even though all the 4 wyverns were under Ash's control, just standing before the Crimson Being, they instinctively started lowering their heads to bow to the Crimson Dragon. What are you guys doing? Ash tried to use his mind-controlling spell to stop the wyverns that were under his control to not bowing their heads to the Crimson Dragon. Grandpa, what is this thing? What happened to that outsider? A small, innocent Magian child asked this question to her grandfather. This is the legendary dragon, the race that stands at the top of the food chain, the strongest race in this whole world. Our savior has come. Just like this elderly Magian, many other Magian looked at the Crimson Dragon with endless respect and admiration. Everyone had a single thought, and that is their savior had finally arrived. Even though the Magians have never really seen a dragon, from the stories that were passed down from their ancestors, every elderly Magian in the village knew who this creature was. Zachary, who had just come out from the underground room, hearing the loud roar and feeling the mana that spread from Aditya, looking at the Crimson Dragon that seems to have just awakened, Zachary almost kneeled down as the moment for which they have been waiting for finally came. So the legends were true after all. At this point, Ash had stopped caring about the villagers that he came to kill. Instead, his entire body was trembling seeing the Crimson Being stare at his eyes. 100 meters away from Ash, there was a Crimson Dragon that was 5 meters in height. Its red pupils, with vertical slits, seemed to have the power to put fear in one's heart. Its entire body was covered in red shiny crimson scales. The scales seemed to shine brighter than any gold in this world. It had a long neck, red spikes growing on its spine, and red scales giving it a majestic appearance. Large and sharp red claws that could tear anything. Large and leathery crimson bat-like wings that were over 3 meters long. Despite being only 5 meters in height, the appearance of a Crimson Dragon was enough to remain. The wyverns who has the descendant here. The lesser dragons by instinct lowered their heads and dared not to look at the Crimson Heavenly Dragon. What are you? Ash at this point had lost the arrogance that made him look like a villain. Now he looked like a child that was being bullied by a monster. He couldn't stop his trembling body. His face and body were covered in sweat. Just being in front of that Crimson Dragon made him feel like he was seeing his soul burn in those crimson fires. I am the dragon that you shouldn't have messed with. Itself seems to make the weak magical beasts living in the valley tremble in fear. The next second, a crimson spear that was entirely made out of crimson flame was shot toward Ash. Ash tried his best to use protective spells to block the attack. A 7-layered barrier formed in front of him, but despite making a 7-layered barrier out of magic, Ash didn't feel safe. Crack, boom, the crimson spear, without stopping, broke the 7 layers like breaking glass and easily made a fist-size hole in Ash's stomach. Cough. Ding, you have killed a peak first order. You have gained some experience points. To the ground, the pitch-black eyes of the 4 wyverns returned to normal. After regaining their senses, they quickly once again lowered their heads in front of the Crimson Dragon. Since wyverns were lesser dragons, it was an unwritten rule to show their uttermost respect to a dragon. While Aditya wasn't just any simple dragon, he was the heavenly Crimson Dragon. With Aditya's bloodline, he can command any lesser dragons. The beginner third-order wyvern lowered his head and spoke in a respectful tone. My king, we have offended you. We failed to recognize your power because of that damned human. We were under the mind-controlling spell. We apologize for everything that we have done. To you, please forgive these lowly servants, Chapter 33. 9 km away from Ziraka City, a fortress was built along the borders of the Eastern Kingdom. The fortress was built on the top of a mountain. The Eastern Kingdom was known as the Kingdom of Mountain Ranges. Around 95% of the Eastern land was covered in mountains, but except for very few mountains, almost all the mountains were not that big. The Ziraka City fortress was built on one of these mountain ranges. The border between the Eastern Kingdom and the Zulux dynasty was separated by high mountain ranges. This made it hard for the Zulux dynasty to invade the Eastern land, since the Eastern Kingdom was full of mountain ranges. In the past, Nepoka and the Zulux dynasty never showed any interest in capturing a kingdom of no worth. However, after years of alliance, both kingdoms agreed to make a path through the mountain ranges. The road was curved between two mountain slopes. The road was wide enough to fit a football pitch. Since the enemy is going to attack from the front, we don't have to worry about the enemy dividing their forces and coming from other sides. We can give all of our focus and attention to the front. There is one problem. Even if we don't have to worry about the enemy attacking from other sides, from what I have heard, the enemy troops' numbers are too big. Without Aditya, his 7 generals along with 400 soldiers had reached the Ziraka City fortress, which was their first and most important defense line against the Zulux dynasty. Aditya already had informed Zayn about the arrival of his 7 generals. Even Zayn didn't say anything, but inwardly he felt slaves were not worthy of becoming generals. If the people were to learn this, the Eastern military's reputation would take a big hit. But after meeting the 7 generals, Zayn's impression of them changed. Despite being only peak first order, each general was perfectly capable of taking down a second order. In the military, respect came from strength. Seeing his new allies were this strong, all the soldiers began to respect them like they did Zayn. Currently, the 7 generals were having a meeting. While others were discussing their plans, Nathan, the leader of the assassin division, was out scouting, trying to gather as much information as possible. His role in the war was to gather information, assassin, and protect the kingdom from the shadows. "If you're here then, who is protecting and looking after the Ziraka City?" asked Henry, the cold and quiet general. "I have left my fiancé, along with 5,000 troops to protect the Ziraka City." Just Zayn finished speaking, and from the shadows a figure emerged. "Nathan, did you find anything?" Scott, the dark elf and the leader of the 1st Division, asked. "We have bad news. Even in this weather, an advance party of 30,000 troops is marching towards the fortress. The commander of the advance party is no other than the right-hand man of General Darren Ellis." Hearing the words of Nathan, everyone's faces turned grim. For a moment no one said anything. The reinforcement sent by Duke Sarlis is yet to arrive, meaning that 20,000 troops had to face an army of 30,000. Duke Ryan previously had about 30,000 troops. 5,000 of them were annihilated by His Majesty, while I had to leave 5,000 troops to guard and protect the Ziraka City. That means we have to fight an enemy of 30,000 with 20,000 soldiers. I say this is way better than facing 60,000 enemy troops. As long as we keep our causalities minimum, then we might have enough troops to even face the main enemy troops. Honestly, I don't know if this is a blessing in disguise or something else. The Fox Queen had matured a lot in this 1 week. She now can control her charm even better. Each of her words was filled with pride and dignity. "So we have to aim for a quick victory. Nathan, when will the advance party arrive?" Nathan closed his eyes for a moment, as if trying to calculate the time that the advance party will take to arrive. "Not more than 10 hours. What happened if the storm starts before the 10 hours? Everyone looked at Amber in surprise. "If the storm does start, then we and our troops can take shelter in the fortress, but the advance party will have no way of taking shelter. I don't know if the enemy general is taking a big gamble or he is just too confident. Either way, if the storm does start, we will have a huge advantage in this fight. The storm would leave the advance troop tried and exhausted. We can easily kill an army of 30,000 exhausted soldiers with very few causalities. Tyler looked at the sky, which was covered with dark clouds. Let's do hope that Mother Nature will help us in this war. Otherwise, the chances of winning would be very slim. Just as everyone hoped and prayed, after 8 hours the storm finally started. As soon as the storm started, every soldier was ordered to take shelter in the fortress. Rumble. Along with the storm, loud rumbles of thunder were also heard. The Istarian forces hid in the fortress and used the storm to take proper rest. While the advance party of 30,000 wasn't that lucky, they were only 1 hour away from reaching the Istarian fortress when the sudden storm hit them. Rumble. What's happening? I was told that the storm wouldn't start until the day after tomorrow. Standing in the storm as the loud, thunderous sounds of lightning shook the earth, the leader of the advancing party looked panicked. Aris was the name of the commander leading 30,000 troops. The Lady Tamar predicted that the storm won't start until the day after tomorrow. Was Lady Tamar's prediction wrong? Lady Tamar was an elderly elf who served the king of the Zulux dynasty. Lady Tamar had this unique power to predict when the weather will change, never even once Lady Tamar's prediction had failed. This is why, after knowing that the storm won't start until the day after tomorrow, Aris was given the responsibility of leading half of the total army to capture the Ziraka fortress, so that when the storm ends, the main army can come and launch a full-scale war on the Istarian kingdom. Sir, maybe Lady Tamar's prediction isn't wrong. This was the work of some external forces. You idiot, don't nonsense. I have never heard of anyone who can control the weather. Even if there were some people who could control the weather, why would they help Adidia? More important, this is not the time nor the place to talk about things that don't even matter anymore. Commander, what we should do? The soldiers are having a hard time resisting the storm. Unlike the storms on Earth, the storm on this world was 10 times stronger. Due to the presence of mana, in this world, every matter in this world is influenced by mana. The weather and the atmosphere were no exception to this. While second-order cultivators still can endure the storm without much effort, the first-order cultivators, who were mostly soldiers, were having a difficult time. We are in the mountains. There is no place for us to take shelter. At this point, it is impossible to go back. I don't even know what to do in this situation. The commander named Aris saw no path except for charging ahead and taking a huge risk to defeat the enemy with their exhausted and tired soldiers. We will keep charging ahead. Rather than turning around or waiting here, we will continue our march and attack the fortress. Our 30,000 number is more than enough to take down the Istarian troops and find shelter in their fortress. No one can disobey the commander's order. With Aris's orders, all the troops were forced to continue their march even in this storm. The storm had caused their speed to slow down. Even though Aris said those words, somewhere deep in his heart he knew that the chances of defeating the Istarian troops, who probably have been taking shelter in the fortress, would be extremely difficult. Aris knew that this was his only option. The option of turning around and going back didn't even come to his mind, as the distance was too long for the soldiers to handle. In this strong wind and rain, each first-order soldier was protecting their bodies with a layer of mana. The layer of mana was reducing the wind pressure by a small margin. With each passing second, the soldiers were losing their mana, which was making them exhausted. Let's hope that this risk will work. Aris was ready to sacrifice 2 out of 3 of his troops if he can take the fortress. As long as he can take the fortress, he would not be punished by the Zulux dynasty. Otherwise, only God knows what will happen to him. Aris cared more about his reputation and the punishment of the king than the lives of some lowly soldiers. Ara, now that I have done my part to help your dear husband, you shouldn't forget your wife. Perhaps I should ask for a reward. Standing in the sky, there were 2 women looking at the Ziraka fortress. One of these women was the guild leader of the Seeker of Impurity. Little sister, now that I have done my part, can I leave everything to you? This big sister has lots of work. I have to return to my continent. How many times I will have to tell you to not call me sister? It's not like you're going to listen to me. I will arrange a teleportation array for your return. Do you think our husband can win this war? I don't know. We are forbidden from directly helping him. But that doesn't mean we can't help him indirectly. With this storm, I am not about his victory, but the casualties number from his side will definitely decrease by a lot. I really want to meet him. I wonder how much he has changed. Third bonus chapter of this week. Another one is coming. Vote for more chapters. Chapter 34. I really want to meet him. I wonder how much he has changed. The woman was wearing a white dress, and just like the guild leader, she also was hiding her face. We should leave. If someone saw us, the problems would only increase. The next second, both figures disappeared from the sky, as if this was the will of the god, when 30,000 exhausted soldiers reached the fortress. The storm had slowed down. The rain was still showing no signs of stopping, but the strong eastern winds have stopped blowing, so the enemy troops are here. From the fortress, the 8 generals couldn't help but feel happy, seeing the exhausted troops of the enemy. Prepare for attacking. We shall not let the enemy commander flee. The party of 30,000 soldiers just stopped 1 km away from the fortress. Fortunately, the storm had slowed down. This made things a little easier for them, as they no longer has to use mana to protect their bodies. Now that the storm has slowed down, this is our perfect opportunity to fight and capture the fortress. But one thing that Aris failed to notice, or pretended not to notice, was the bad condition of his soldiers. 30,000 exhausted soldiers facing 20,000 soldiers who were in full health. Soon the enemy came out to greet the Zulux dynasty forces. Standing at the front, Zane and the other 7 generals were holding their weapons. Aris stared at Zane, thinking that he was the enemy. Commander, for a minute of silence, both parties reacted. Kill the Istran soldiers. Today we will bath in the blood of the enemy and claim glory for our dynasty. Charge. The soldiers who were already half exhausted started charging, following their commander Aris. Today, if we don't fight back and defend this fortress, then the lives of our families will suffer. Under the Zulux dynasty, we will defend our land, we will protect our families. Now, my brother and sister, charge toward enemies. Do not fear death. Turn your fear into your weapon. Kill the invaders. Glory to the Istran kingdom. Charge. Unlike enemy troops who were tired, the Istran troops were full of stamina and health. Zane's words triggered the soldiers to feel their blood boiling. With full excitement and anger, they followed their generals into the battle. Scott riding a horse, he had a 2-star golden bow in his hand. This bow was given to him by His Majesty. Adidia later used his rune skills to enchant the 2-star weapon, making it even more powerful than before. Bloodsucker bow, peak 2-star description. Star weapon. This bow later was enchanted by the Rune Monarch. This bow has reached the peak limit of 2-star. Function 1. Function 150 plus Function 2. Function 205 plus Function 3. Function 3 increased by 20%. Having a 2-star bow was like a cheat item. Scott didn't even need to use any extra mana to power 50 plus, thus giving him the power to kill an average first-order soldier with just 1 shoot. I can't thank His Majesty enough for giving me this bow. As someone who specialized in using a bow, Scott loved this bow very much. Sitting on the horse, Scott's both hands moved very quickly. Each time he would grab 1 arrow and kill 1 soldier. He never missed even a single target. The arrows never hit his allies. Bang, bang. Although it was a little hard for him to shoot arrows in the rain, as the rain was affecting the direction and the distance of his arrows. Although the effect wasn't that big for someone who had perfect accuracy, this was a troublesome matter. The rain was also limiting his vision and range. But even with that, Scott was killing enemies faster than any soldier ever could. No enemy soldier even managed to come near him. Whenever they crossed the 10 meters mark, Scott's arrow would take them down. On the left side of Scott, Tyler. The man who has already fought multiple wars was madly swinging his 2-star greatsword, with their mana hearts being repaired along with the pills that Julia gave them every day. Just in 10 days' time, Tyler has managed to recover his cultivation to near peak first order. Along with the experience he had in fighting, Tyler could even take down a beginner second order. Who is this mad bull? I don't know, I never even heard of him. I think the enemy soldiers didn't even get the chance to react when the greatsword cut their bodies in half. Tyler had gone berserk. Any soldier that came in front of him was cut in half. The 2-star greatsword now has been painted with the red fresh blood of the enemy soldiers. When the enemy archers tried to take down Tyler from the distance, he would sometimes grab one of their soldiers and use that soldier as a meat shield. Or he would just use the greatsword to protect his body while leaving his arms and legs exposed. He was slaughtering the enemy soldiers like he was cutting grass. Despite the enemy's number, it was not the enemy who was pushing back Tyler. It was the other way around. The Mad Bull was single-handedly pushing the enemy while increasing his kill count. Awesome, I never knew General Tyler was this wild. The soldiers that fought behind Tyler couldn't help but take a moment to look at their mighty general in admiration. Those scars on his body weren't meant for show. Just look at him. He was a machine, a mad bull who seems to have gone berserk. He is pushing the enemy. The soldiers who were fighting behind Tyler looked at their general like they were looking at their idols. To the enemies, Tyler might be the mad bull, but to them, Tyler was the coolest person they have ever seen. Is it me, or does Tyler looks too excited? The dark elf Scott looked at how madly he was, unleashing his greatsword on the enemy troops. The enemy troops were already exhausted and, now in front of a mad bull, they had no chance of stopping him. While Scott and Tyler were fighting on the left side, on the right side Scott, Nathan, the leader of the Shadow Division, was doing something that was even crazier. Unlike Scott and Tyler, Nathan was using his shadow movement ability to slaughter a bunch of soldiers in a single attack. Shadow. Nathan once again jumped into the shadow and disappeared. The next moment, before anyone could realize what was going on, a thick dark wire strangled 13 enemy soldiers. Nathan came out of the shadow and pulled the wire, which resulted in the 13 soldiers' bodies being cut into pieces. The whole scene was so frightening that the soldiers who were fighting behind Nathan felt a shiver running down their spine. Fortunately, Master Nathan is on our side. Otherwise, we never could have stopped this monster. Yeah, even though his cultivation is the same as ours, he was way stronger than any soldier. That's given. Otherwise, His Majesty wouldn't have made Nathan one of the generals, though it would be more accurate to call him a shadow general. Bang. Damn it, what the hell is happening? We can't even spot him. How the F***K we are supposed to fight this demon? Don't ask me. Before the soldiers could say anything more, Nathan silenced them and freed their souls from this mortal world with a 2-star dagger given by His Majesty. Bang. Nathan was forced to stop when the earth shook a little. He turned his head to his right to find Josh, the lion man, smashing everything with his 2-star hammer. In front of the 7-feet-tall giant, no human soldiers were able to stand on his attacks. Each time he smashed the hammer on the soldiers, the ground around him trembled, making the enemies even more frightened than they already were. The lion man had his strength increased by a large margin when Aditya enchanted his 2-star hammer. In front of him, the soldiers were smashed to death. Sometimes he would even tear the soldiers with his bare hands. If Tyler was the human mad bull, then Josh was barbaric. The word savage perfectly described how cruelly he killed his enemies. His killing style was so frightening that even the Eastern soldiers were feeling pity for their enemy. At normal times, Josh would be an easygoing and fun guy. But when he stepped his foot on the battlefield, it was like the man himself had changed, bringing out endless savagery from him. I would never want to become General Josh's enemy. Not just you. Anyone who sees his savage fighting style wouldn't want to mess with him. On the left side, Scott, Tyler, Nathan, and Josh were pushing back the enemy by taking the lead. Even though the 4 of them were only first order, Their enemies felt like they were facing second orders. However, the story was a little different on the right side. Chapter 35. On the other right side, Henry and Alina were killing enemies together. Unlike others, Henry and Alina's killing speed wasn't that fast. Both of them were trying to preserve their strength for the later part of the battle. The fight on the right side was less chaotic. However, Amber was a different story. With the awakening of her Royal Fox Queen bloodline, her stats have taken a massive leap. She now can fight with mid-second order. Among everyone, Amber's agility was the highest. She was known for her agility. With the awakening of her bloodline, she also managed to awaken the fire element, giving her the ability to learn fire-type techniques. Amber was the only person who was cultivating both body and magical paths. Thanks to the pills that Julia gave her, combined with her hard work, Amber's cultivation speed was fast enough to compete with the geniuses of this world. Holding a 2-star curved dagger that Adidia enchanted with rune magic, Amber appeared behind the enemy troops. Time to see how much this dagger can do. Angel of Slaughter Peak 2-star dagger description. Dagger was later enchanted with rune magic, which further improved the ranks and power of the Angel of Slaughter. Function 1. Function 1 and 10% 20%. Function 2. Function 2 and 80% 5%. Won't work against those who have poison-resistant skills. Swoosh. Amber started attacking the enemy soldiers from behind. Her speed was so fast that none of the soldiers were able to see her coming. She moved like a lightning snake within the crowd of soldiers. When she passed by a soldier, a second or two later, other soldiers would find that soldier dead with a cut on his throat. Starfall explosion. After finding herself surrounded by enemy soldiers, Amber created a yellow-gold star made out of the fire. The flame star was 10 meters in size. Seeing the attack above their heads, many tried to stop Amber with low-level attacks that she easily avoided using her agility. Boom! Leaving behind the 10 meters big golden star that was made out of the fire, Amber appeared 100 meters away and continued with her killing, not bothering to look back at the loud explosion that instantly took away the lives of 100 soldiers. The entire battle was a one-sided massacre. The army of the Zulux dynasty was already exhausted. Many didn't even have the mana to use any spells. This gave the soldiers of the Eastern Kingdom a chance. Taking advantage of the enemy's exhaustion, they continuously launched attacking spells. With the 7 personal generals sent by Adidia, the battle soon became a one-sided slaughter. The Zulux dynasty army was being pushed back while being on the defense. Many were struggling to even properly defend themselves. Despite their massive number, they were overwhelmed by the Eastern soldiers. This is bad. If this continues, I will lose this battle. Aris realized what was happening. He clearly knew that bringing an exhausted army to fight was a clear mistake. He should have thought more and let the soldiers rest. Not even 30 minutes had passed and more than half of the Zulux dynasty army had died. I have to flee. After killing one of the Eastern soldiers, Aris turned around his horse and started going in the same direction from which he and his army came. Zane, who has been keeping his eyes on the enemy, saw Aris fleeing. He immediately shouted and let everyone know, "The enemy commander is fleeing, stop him. Whoever kills the enemy commander shall get a special reward." Hearing Zane's tempting words, many soldiers turned their attention to Aris, who was fleeing. He was killing anyone who tried to stop him. He still was a second order. For him, killing soldiers was no problem. In fact, Aris had enough strength to fight for 3 hours, but he knew it was useless. Soon, the army of the Zulux dynasty would perish. He would have no choice but to flee. Once I get back, I will return and pay back all the humiliation that I have suffered today. Aris's eyes flashed in anger as he fled for his life. I don't think we're letting you leave this battlefield alive. Aris suddenly heard a seductive voice that sent chills down his spine. Before he could turn around his head, he found his headless body, riding the horse as his head flew in the air, and then fell to the ground. The enemy commander is dead. I order all the Zulux dynasty soldiers to surrender, otherwise only the Eastern Kingdom wouldn't mind ending your pathetic lives. Amber purposely used mana to make her voice even louder so that her words could be heard all over the battlefield. Just as she expected, other than a few percentages of soldiers, almost all the exhausted soldiers immediately gave up and stopped fighting. The fight is over for now. And like that, the first and one of the most important battle of this upcoming war was won by the Eastern Kingdom. Most soldiers lost their will to fight seeing their commander die. They put their weapons down and surrendered to the Eastern Kingdom. After doing all the cleanups and counting, it was already midnight. Today we have lost around 399 soldiers. The storm has not stopped yet. It was very difficult to clean the battlefield and dispose of the corpses. In the end, Zane ordered the soldiers to take any usable weapons, armors, and shields for reuse. Zane had no choice but to bury all the dead soldiers with a layer of earth. How many Zuluk's dynasty troops did we capture? Scott, the dark elf, asked back while having soup that was made with the meat of magical beasts. Unlike normal animals, the meat of magical beasts was rich in mana. Eating magical beasts' meat had many benefits to the body of a cultivator. One of those benefits was it helped cultivators in recovering faster. They had over 30,000 troops at the beginning. In today's fight, we managed to kill around 17,000. Now we have nearly 28,500 soldiers. That is if we include the soldiers that we captured as our war prisoners. What if the captured soldiers try to escape? Their number is too big. Henry asked in a cold tone. By now everyone had gotten used to Henry's cold attitude. Everyone knew that Henry was actually not a cold person. Inside he was a warm person. It's just that due to certain incidents of the past, his personality had changed and become cold. Henry's question made others look at Zane in concern. If the captured war prisoner escapes, this would a huge loss for them. You guys are worrying too much. In this storm they can't escape anywhere. Besides, I have told the chief to put a special pill in their food. This pill can suppress their mana for 12 hours. Amber, the seductive fox, said as she ate her food. Also, I have put some soldiers in disguise among the prisoners. If they wanted to do anything suspicious, my men would let me know. This time Nathan opened his mouth. Nathan was the quietest one in the whole group. He preferred to stay quiet and observe. I have to say I am really impressed. I can see why His Majesty chose you 7 as his generals. Even during the battle, Zane witnessed how talented each of them was. Each general specialized in using different abilities. By the way, I have this meaning to ask. Where is His Majesty? He was not there during this battle. He didn't even tell us where he was heading. Josh asked while finishing his soup. He already has eaten 4 bowls of soups. Being a beast man, he needed to eat thrice as much food as others. His Majesty is doing something important. He told me to not tell anyone where he was. For now, he let us handle the situation. If there is any emergency, then I will send an emergency message to His Majesty using this artifact that he gave me. Zane showed a crescent-shaped earring. I can't wait to fight alongside His Majesty. I really want to see him in action. Josh has heard from Amber and Watson that Aditya was really strong. He was able to kill a peak second order when he was still at first order. If His Majesty was here, then this battle would have ended even quicker. Zane smiled, remembering how he annihilated 5,000 troops with a single attack. Zane had seen how terrifying that attack was. And now that Aditya had reached second order, Zane wondered how terrifying his fighting powers had reached. The next day the storm was still going on, showing no signs of stopping. I see. You and everyone have done really well. I will be sure to reward everyone for their hard work. Aditya was relieved after learning how the situation turned out. This situation was very favorable for their condition. My work here is almost done. I should return soon. Bonus chapter 36. Just after Aditya killed the man named Ash in his dragon form, he was shocked hearing the wyvern speaking to him. The wyvern was speaking in a language that was foreign to others, but strangely, Aditya was able to understand what they were saying. What he didn't know was after evolving his bloodline to Heavenly Crimson bloodline, Aditya had gained a few passive abilities. One of those abilities gave him the power to understand any lesser dragon's language. Another ability he got was authority over any lesser dragon. Even if the wyverns didn't want it, Aditya would still control them with a command. How did you all fall for that weak men's mind-controlling spells? Aditya didn't understand how a low order was able to control 3 peak third orders and 1 beginner third order. My king, that nasty human had a powerful artifact that gave him the power to control our minds. Though I tried to fight best and resist the mind control, in the end, in front of the powerful artifact, my efforts were futile. The beginner third order wyvern spoke while the other 3 wyverns still kept their heads lowered, as if afraid to even look at the crimson dragon in front of them. I see, saying that Aditya's glowed in bright red light for a few seconds. When the light disappeared, Aditya returned to his human form with 2 red pairs of wings on his back. Your Majesty, the old man Zachary ran towards Aditya when he landed at the entrance of the village. As soon as Aditya landed, he felt something has changed. The Majin villagers were no longer looking at him like an outsider. The hate in their eyes for Aditya was erased. Your Majesty, I don't know how I will ever thank you for saving our village and our kind. Along with the old man Zachary, everyone, even the small Majin children, bowed their heads to Aditya and expressed their gratitude. My king, I have found the artifact that was used by that nasty human. All the Majin children quickly hid behind the adults, seeing a giant 10 meters big wyvern flying towards them. Seeing the panicked and distressed look of the villagers, Aditya quickly cleared the misunderstandings. Everyone can relax. Before, these 4 wyverns were controlled by a human named Ash. I already have freed them from the mind-controlling spell. They won't attack this valley anymore. Hearing the words of the Aditya, everyone sighed in relief and lowered their guards against the wyverns. Aditya took the small dark star-shaped object that had several big cracks all over its body. This thing looks like it might break at any moment. Mind-controlling star. Rank decreased to low 1 star. Description. Peak 3 star artifact. After years of use, the artifact has lost the value and functions that it once had. This artifact rank now has fallen to the lowest tier. If this artifact is kept being used, then soon the artifact will break apart. At its peak, the artifact had the power to mind control even a peak 5th order. Using this artifact to control 4 lesser dragons has left some damage to the artifact's powers. Function 1 of any mid-first orders or lower orders. I don't know who is talented enough to make an artifact that could control even a peak 5th order. Something tells me that when this artifact was just forged, it had the power. It was a peak 5 star artifact. Looking at the dark star-shaped artifact that once was a 5 star artifact, Aditya wondered how this artifact ended up in that man named Ash's hand. Do you know the man who just ordered these wyverns to attack the village? Aditya asked Zachary. No, other than the bandits from whom we have to protect the tea fields, we don't have any enemies. If some outsiders approach our village, then we would just ask them to leave. Old man, can you please ask someone to bring the dead body of the man named Ash? Aditya felt Ash couldn't be an ordinary thug. Having an artifact powerful enough to control a beginner third order tells how powerful the mind-controlling artifact was. There is no way an ordinary bandit would get this powerful artifact in his hand, especially considering how low his powers were. While Zachary was talking with others, Aditya turned his focus to the 4 wyverns who are waiting for him outside the village. You guys are still here. You guys don't want to go back to the wilderness. My king, we wish to serve you. What? Aditya for a moment couldn't believe what he just heard. We wish to serve you, my king. Please allow us to accompany you on this journey. We promise we won't get in your way, and we will always stay loyal to you. What Aditya didn't know was, for a lesser dragon, a dragon with a heavenly bloodline was like a deity or a god that every lesser dragon worshipped. Now that finally, a dragon with a heavenly bloodline had appeared after thousands of years, the wyverns desperately wanted to follow Aditya. Their instinct as a lesser dragon was screaming at them and telling them to follow Aditya. The 4 wyverns wanted to follow the person whom they considered their king, their master, and their owner. Well, having 3 peak second-order wyverns and 1 beginner third-order following me would give me an edge in this war. I would also have a third-order being to rely on. Aditya found no reason to reject the wyvern's will to follow him. Very well. And like that, Aditya obtained 4 powerful magical beasts as his followers. Coming here wasn't a waste of time after all. I have gained some things in this journey that will help me greatly in the future. As Aditya was talking with the wyverns, the village head came up to him. Your Majesty, we have brought back the corpse of that man. Thank you. Both Aditya and Zachary were walking back to the village. Old man, tell me, do you have anything precious hidden in our village? Something so valuable that it caused this man to attack your village. Hearing Aditya's words, the old man stopped walking as he realized something. Seeing your look, I am certain that you're hiding something very precious in this village. I won't ask what that precious item was, but know that a weak first order having an artifact that is strong enough to control a beginner third order wyvern isn't something that should be taken lightly. You should know what I am hinting, right? The old man still can't digest the fact that their village's greatest secret was found out by an outsider. The value of that item is so huge that the attackers wouldn't mind killing the whole Majin village just to get their hands on the item. Aditya was warning Zachary. At this point, both of them were 90% sure that there will be another attack on the village, and this will continue until the people behind Ash gets their hand on the precious item hidden in the village. The old man, Zachary, also realized that the power of the people who are behind their attack couldn't be underestimated. Today they have attacked using a beginner third order. Tomorrow they might attack using a peak third order. At that time, Aditya won't be there to save their village. Your Majesty, do you have any solution to our problem? You can try changing the location of your village. That is, shifting to another place where those people won't able to find you. This is the only safest and most effective option I can currently think of. I know my words may sound cruel. You have called this place home for centuries. But to save your people safe, I think this is the only solution you have. Currently, Aditya was facing a war. He cannot stay here all the time to look after this village. As for leaving the wyverns to guard after the village, this thought never crossed his mind. Aditya has to think of his interest first. The 4 wyverns would become a great power addition to the Eastern military. There was no way Aditya would leave the 4 wyverns to guard a village that doesn't even come under his territory. After some thinking, Zachary decided to trust the myth that has been passed down for generations. Your Majesty, can you please come with me? I have something that I wish to show you. Aditya nodded and followed the old man Zachary. In an underground chamber that was located right beneath Zachary's house, the Crimson Dragon and the village head were standing in front of a golden metal door. What is this place? This underground chamber is by my great-great-grandfather. That was about more than 300 years ago. Before my great-great-grandfather built this chamber, this place was used to store precious monster cores and other rare items. Your Highness can think of this place as the treasury of our village. Aditya nodded and curiously observed the high-level and complex runes that were drawn on the golden metal door. Even with his knowledge of runes, Aditya can barely understand anything. It was like a child trying to understand university-level mathematics. Old man, do you know who draw these runes on this door? Notice, my apologies for the late update. I don't have Wi-Fi in my house due to some problems. I wrote this chapter on my mobile, so there might some mistakes. From tomorrow onwards, I will continue to upload the regular 2 chapters. Chapter 37. Old man, do you know who draw these runes on this door? Aditya asked while looking at the runes. Something told him that if he managed to comprehend all the runes drawn on this golden metal door, his Rune Monarch class would reach the next level. I am not sure. Even my father doesn't know who has drawn these runes. Anyway, let go in. The golden metal doors reacted when Zachary put his right palm on the door. The golden walls spread apart, revealing the hidden room that was known as the treasury. Following the old man behind, Aditya walked in. The whole treasury wasn't grand as Aditya had expected it to be. There were some old metal boxes lying around the room collecting dust and spider web. This isn't what I expected the treasury to look like. Ha ha ha, Your Majesty, your standards are too high. Aditya felt a little embarrassed. Unknowingly, he was comparing this room with his treasury. As Zachary was moving the copper boxes, Aditya's found a painting on the wall. What is this painting? In the painting, there was a crimson dragon fighting 7 beings whose bodies were shrouded in darkness, but he could see the outline of their bodies and could determine that out of the 7 shadows, 3 of them were women. Old man, do you know anything about this mural? Zachary stopped for a second and looked at the mural. When his eyes fell on the red crimson dragon, he remembered how their village was saved by the Aditya. Maybe he is really the person. Zachary closed his eyes for a second. This painting has existed for multiple centuries. This mural is related to the fairy tale that has been passed down from generation to generation. While saying that, from one of the copper boxes, Zachary took out a golden simple, an ordinary-looking crown. So you're telling me that some people are after this simple and cheap-looking crown? Aditya couldn't see anything special in this crown. He was more interested in knowing the fairy tale that somehow connected the crimson dragon in this mural. Your Majesty, this crown might look simple and cheap, but this crown is so precious that its appearance could cause a continental war. Every empire wouldn't hesitate to kill millions just to get their hands on this crown. The appearance of this crown could potentially cause the deaths of millions if not billions. Aditya raised an eyebrow and observed the golden crown in Zachary's hand. Can I see it for a second? Aditya wanted to see what functions and abilities this simple-looking crown had that made it so special. Here you go. There was a mysterious smile on his face. He believed that if Aditya was the fated person, then he would be able to see the value of this crown. Crown of 7C low 5-star artifact description. Lost with the death of the previous Crimson Dragon King. The crown was forged by the world's best and finest blacksmith and rune grandmaster. After losing the 7 stones, the crown of 7C lost its rank and fell from peak 8-star to low 5-star. The king who holds this crown in his possession will become the unofficial ruler of the world. During war times, the male birth rate will be increased. The crown can be restored to its former glory as long as the 7 stones that have been lost are found. After falling to a low 5-star rank, the crown lost its main important functions. Function 1. The kingdom's agriculture will be improved by 50%. The overall food production will be increased by 50%. Function 2. 10%. Function 3. Function 3 20%. Function 4. Function 4 10. Subordinates cultivation realm must be below 5th order, or the 4th function of this crown won't work. Function 5 and 20%. Cultivation must be below 5th order, or the 5th function of this crown won't work. Just seeing the rank of this crown, Aditya's breathing became ragged. His heart began beating wildly. This crown wasn't just some simple, ordinary crown. It was like this crown was made for a king. As the Crimson King continued reading each function of the crown, Aditya's blood began boiling. By the time he finished reading the 5th function, his body was slightly trembling in excitement. Your Majesty, is this still a simple and cheap crown in your eyes? Aditya shook his head while trying to calm his heart. For a moment, Aditya was so tempted by seeing the power of this crown that he even thought of betraying the old man, but he quickly shook that thought out of his head. Aditya wasn't a man who was going to let greed control his heart. Since the old man trusted him so much, Aditya wasn't going to break his trust. Here, this is a low 5-star artifact. I have to say the functions of this artifact are really tempting. Zachary shook his head and pushed back the crown to Aditya. Before you ask, why, let me tell your Majesty the fairy tale of our Majin village. Aditya nodded with a serious look. After seeing the power of the crown of 7 seas, he no longer dared to underestimate the fairy tale that has been passed down for generations. He felt this crown, this mural, and the fairy tale all might have a connection with him. The Crimson King will wear the crown of 7 seas, and shall unite all the races in the whole world. The Crimson King shall erase darkness from the whole world. So the Crimson King is me. Aditya looked at the crimson dragon in the mural. The dragon in the mural was huge. When I saw His Majesty transform, at that time I was convinced that you were the Crimson King, though I still don't understand what darkness here meant. But I feel that darkness associated with the demon race. Aditya weirdly stared at the Majin village head, who also was a part of the demon race. You do realize that your Majin race people are also a part of the demon race. I have to say, I was expecting His Majesty to freak out hearing my words, but you're oddly calm about this. Aditya smiled and didn't reply. On the surface, he might look calm, but inwardly his heart was wild as a tornado. Working as a politician, Aditya has learned to keep his calm face in almost every situation. Our ancestors told us that when the Crimson King shows up, we have to follow him. With this crown, I and my village also swear our loyalty to the Eastern King, also known as the Crimson King. Zachary put one knee on the ground and lowered his head while saying those words. Get up, old man, save the formalities for other times. Right now we have a problem. What problem? Didn't you realize it already? If an outsider knows about this crown, then there is a high possibility that the information was leaked by someone from this village. What? Other than me? Only my 2 sons and a few elders of the village knows about this crown. Your Majesty, do you think the traitor is someone among these people? Zachary tightly clenched his fists while his eyes turned red due to anger. Calm down. For now, call all the people who know about this crown. Meanwhile, I will go and talk with the wyverns. Zachary nodded. Now that their people had found the Crimson King, Zachary was going to listen to Aditya's every order without any hesitation. After walking out of the village, Aditya used the earring to communicate with Zane. Zane, how is the situation? Your Majesty, an advance party of 30,000 is advancing towards the fortress. The advance party should arrive within 8 to 9 hours. Can you defeat the enemy? It will take me at least 10 hours to reach the battlefield. That worried knowing his 7 generals were there to handle the situation. We have over 20,000 troops. I should be able to defeat the enemy and force them to retreat. Good, I will return with some powerful allies. When I return, we will take the initiative to strike the Zulux dynasty. Your Majesty, we will wait for your return. Aditya was very happy to know how the battle leased causalities. After a day of investigations, finally, the traitor was found. The traitor was none other than the 2nd elder, who was Zachary's 4th brother and his son. Both of them received a huge amount of huge in exchange for the information. Zachary publicly executed the 4th elder and his son. He used this incident as an example to let the people of the village remember that betraying the village was a taboo. From now on, everyone shall listen to His Majesty's order. He is the Crimson King. He is the king that we were told to serve. He will lead us to glory. If anyone disrespects His Majesty will be severely punished. After the execution, Aditya was announced as the Crimson King. All the Majin villagers happily accepted to serve Aditya. After seeing him fight and defend their village, he won the hearts of everyone in the Majin village. Aditya then asked the villagers to move to his land and settle near the capital where he could at least protect the Majin village safety and prosperity. Some elderly people were not willing to move from the place that they called home for multiple decades. But after learning the dangers that could come at any moment, the villagers had no choice but to agree. Aditya then asked Zane to send some soldiers and carriages to help the Majin villagers shift as soon as possible. He also used the 4 wyverns to carry the elder and children Majins to Ziraka City, where they could stay until their new village is created near the capital. While doing all that, he also made sure that no one was watching them from the shadows. While that was happening, the news of the huge defeat of the Zulux dynasty's forces spread like wildfire. The most shocked were the Nepoka kingdom, With the Eastern Kingdom's victory, they had a lot of things to consider before helping the Eastern Kingdom. Vote for more chapters. For every 100 Power Stones, 1 extra chapter. Every 200 PS, 2 extra chapters. Every 300 PS, 3 extra chapters. Every 400 PS, 4 extra chapters. Chapter 38. Knock. Knock. Hearing the knock, a man sitting on a chair opened his eyes. Come in. The soldier entered the tent and kneeled in front of the man who sat on the chair. Sir, we have bad news. So the 30,000 troops led by Commander Aris have been defeated. The soldier for a moment was surprised, but he quickly calmed himself, knowing how frightening a third-order cultivator's powers were. It wouldn't be surprising since General Darren Ellis, a mid-third-order powerhouse, a person who has been serving the Zulux dynasty for 3 decades now. When General Darren joined the army 35 years ago, he quickly rose in ranks after his talent was discovered by the king himself. The king of the Zulux dynasty gave him the resources to become a third order as quickly as possible. In 5 years, he became one of the strongest pillars of the Zulux dynasty. Ever since Darren had taken on the role of commander, he never even once had lost a battle. He always has managed to crush his enemies and achieve victory for His Majesty. The moment that storm started, Darren knew deep in his heart that Aris and 30,000 troops had lost this battle before the battle could even begin. In the mountain path, Aris and the troops would have no choice but to continue their march towards the fortress. It was a do-or-die situation. I still don't understand how Lady Tamar's prediction was wrong this time. A simple wrong prediction caused us a talented commander and 30,000 troops. And worst of all, we were humiliated by a kingdom that recently became a second-tier powerhouse. Darren angrily clenched his fist in his carrier. This was the most humiliating loss he faced. The soldier, who was kneeling 10 meters away from Darren, began to tremble when Darren released his killing intent without realizing it. The soldier felt at this moment he was standing in front of death itself. The pressure was so big that after a few seconds he was having trouble breathing. He felt his entire body being pressured by a mountain. Inform the squad leaders to get ready. The storm is near its end. The moment this storm ends, we will head out and crush the enemy. I will erase this humiliation with the blood of that pathetic dragon. Why? Yes, sir. The soldier didn't even dare to waste another second. He quickly ran out of the tent, like his whole life depended on it. After the soldier ran out, Darren sighed and once again closed his eyes. He was getting frustrated, as he was stuck in mid-third order for almost a decade now. After reaching the third order, His Majesty stopped providing any resources, as the resources needed for third-order cultivators were too expensive. Without any resources, Darren had to rely on his talent to reach mid-third order, which almost took him a decade, and now he was stuck in the mid-phase. He needed some kind of boost that could take him to the peak third order. Bang! Hello, Darren. How is everything going for you? Darren opened his eyes while suppressing the anger he currently felt, while looking at the person who knew him for almost 4 decades. Dylan Kelly, what are you doing here? Darren asked in an irritated tone. Like Darren, Dylan was also a third-order general serving under His Majesty. Clearly, Darren was not happy to see one of his rivals here. Don't so be rude. I came to see my trash and old rival. Dylan Kelly was a man with black beard covering his lower face. Dylan was only 5 feet 1 inch tall, but no one dared to make fun of the general's height. Dylan wore was black armor and pants. He carried 2 sharp battle axes on his back. Despite his short size, Dylan's body was packed with muscles. Dylan was half-dwarf, so he had the advantage when it came to raw strength. Despite his size, his raw strength can compare with an average peak third order. We both here know that if I am trash, then you're worse than trash. Darren was not offended by Dylan's words. He instead smiled in amusement. Whenever Darren and Dylan fought in the past, Darren always managed to beat the half-dwarf. Never, even once, Dylan has managed to defeat Darren. So did His Majesty send you here? Darren stopped smiling. Suddenly the atmosphere inside the tent turned dark and chilly. What do you think? Dylan asked back with a cold smile. Hearing Dylan's response, Darren's face instantly turned dark. Sending another third order means that His Majesty didn't have enough trust in Darren. Just realizing this fact made him angry. Darren's anger wasn't directed at His Majesty nor at Dylan. He felt this was the Eastern Kingdom's fault. The fact that His Majesty sent another third order said a lot of things. It meant that His Majesty wasn't confident in his abilities. This itself hurt Darren's pride. As one of the strongest generals, everything is happening because of the Eastern Kingdom. A kingdom that recently became a second-tier powerhouse is making His Majesty doubt my abilities. This is unacceptable. I must regain His Majesty's trust. Similarly, somewhere in the Nepoka Kingdom capital, a meeting was being held. In an underground chamber, a group of people was sitting around a 3 meters big round table. Your Majesty, the Zulux dynasty has very badly lost their first attack on Isterin Fortress. Reports say that around 17,000 troops were killed, while the rest 13,000 were captured as war prisoners by the Isterin Kingdom. During the whole battle, the king of the Isterin Kingdom was not present. Our spies can't find the king in the capital or any 2 cities either. It's like the king has gone missing all of a sudden. I think King Aditya has gone into hiding. He is a clever man. He clearly knows that there is no future for the Isterin Kingdom after offending the Zulux dynasty. Maybe he is already planning to abandon the kingdom from the beginning and escape somewhere else. Duke Easton, one of the 4 dukes of the Nepoka Kingdom, spoke whatever came into his mind. I have to disagree with Sir Easton. The possibility of King Aditya abandoning his kingdom is very slim. Before this war started, he personally said to have cleaned the entire capital and made it safe for the public. I don't think a man like him would just run away. I believe he is planning something from the shadows. I will have to agree with Prime Minister Jamie here. We also shouldn't forget that now with the victory, the Isterin Kingdom has a total force of 28,500. This much force is enough to fight with the other 30,000 forces of the Zulux dynasty. Also from my sources, there were 7 beings who played a major role in the battle. They are known as the 7 generals of King Aditya. Each general is said to have killed thousands of troops alone. Do you know what's more shocking? Each 7 general is still a first-order cultivator. Can you imagine how frightening they will become when their strength reaches second order? Hearing the king's words, everyone turned silent. Sigh. I don't know from where King Aditya got those 7 monsters. We all should stop underestimating the Isterin Kingdom. We should begin to think of them as a third-tier powerhouse. If they manage to win the next big battle, no one can stop them from becoming a third-tier powerhouse. But I think the Zulux dynasty will win the second battle. Knowing how prideful the king of the Zulux dynasty is, he won't sit around knowing that his 30,000 forces were defeated by a second-tier kingdom. I am sure this time he will be aiming to crush the Isterin Kingdom. So our involvement in this war will be decided by the outcome of the second battle. If the Isterin Kingdom loses this battle, we will support them as our ally. But if they win, we won't get involved in the war. Also make sure to order all the merchants in our kingdom to stop selling food to the Isterin Kingdom. I have to stop the Isterin Kingdom from becoming a powerhouse that can threaten our kingdom. Understood, Your Majesty. By the way, what about the merchant Amos? Did the investigators find anything that can tell us about the culprit? The king and merchant Amos knew each other. The death of Amos left the king shaken. A person who had become the 6th richest man in the Nepoka Kingdom in such a short time dying like this was very suspicious. Unfortunately, we couldn't find anything. We are sure that the attacker was a dragon. Other than that, we couldn't find any other lead on the attacker. Your Majesty, what if the attacker has fled to the Isterin Kingdom? Everyone looked at Duke Easton in surprise. The attacker was a dragon, meaning that he can fly. In 3 kingdoms, only a handful of people can fly using the help of an artifact. If the attacker has flown to the Isterin Kingdom and taken shelter there, I don't think there is anything we can do about it. Duke Easton looked at the king, hoping that the king would ask King Aditya to allow for a search mission. For now, we will send spies to the Eastern Kingdom and try to find anyone who is a dragon while also keeping an eye on the capital. There is a big possibility that in the future, both kingdoms will clash. The second chapter of the day. Vote for bonus chapter 39. Fourth day since the starting of the war. The storm finally ended on the third night. As the sky cleared up and the ray of sunlight fell on the wet mountains, the soldiers lazily got up and went out to guard the fortress. These 3 days after winning that big battle, the soldiers were told to stay inside the fortress. Although it was a little difficult to stay in the fortress with 13,000 war prisoners, all the soldiers enjoyed their time. Everyone in the fortress was given magical beast meat for meals. The meat of the magical beast was very expensive and was very helpful for cultivators. The rich mana contained in the meat of the magical beast benefited some soldiers. A few soldiers even reached the peak of First Order. Man, usually I hate storms, but this time I really wished for the storm to continue for another week. One of the soldiers said lazily while walking out of the fortress. Don't complain, man. If the storm really had continued for another week, then we would have run out of food stock. At that time we would have no choice but to starve. Another soldier who was walking beside the first soldier replied, I guess you're right. Still, I can't wait for this war to end. I have a fiancée back home waiting for my return. I can't wait to marry her and settle down. Are you planning on retiring? Another soldier asked in surprise. Being a soldier was like having a government job. Each soldier would be paid in gold, and 1 gold is more than enough to feed a small family for 2 months. No, I am not retiring. I am going to send a letter of request to Lord Zane to ask him if my post can be changed. Soldiers had different posts. I plan on becoming a guard in the capital. Really? Yes, I heard the capital is being reconstructed. I have a feeling that moving to the capital would give me and my family many benefits. Not only that, I want to take things a little easy and settle down in the capital after a few years of service. Speaking of reconstruction work, I still haven't seen His Majesty. The rumor has it that His Majesty had completely changed. Within 2 weeks he bought changes to the kingdom. Because of his changes, my family now doesn't have to worry about food prices. As the soldiers were talking among themselves, Nathan returned with another piece of bad news. What happened, Nathan? The enemy is on the march. This time they are marching with 35,000 troops with 2 Third Order commanders. In 4 to 5 hours, the enemy forces will be here. The atmosphere inside the fortress was heavy and very serious. Taking down 1 Third Order is difficult enough, but taking down 2 Third Order is impossible. Zane and others couldn't comprehend how they are going to take down 2 Third Orders. When this war started, I knew there would be a time when we will be facing Third Order General. But I wasn't expecting the enemy to send 2 Third Orders at the same time. Scott, the Dark Elf and the bow expert of Aditya's military didn't find any way of taking down 2 Third Orders. We still would have some chances if 8 of us had combined our powers. But against 2 Third Orders, even if an army of 30,000 were to attack them, 2 of them would slaughter everyone. In this situation, we can only contact His Majesty. Your Majesty, the situation is, I know. Don't worry, I will be there before the battle could start. Felt relieved. They subconsciously relaxed their bodies. This was because of the trust that they had in their king. 5 hours passed very quickly. Standing before the fortress, Zane and others could see the enemy troops marching at them. The enemy troop was led by 2 beings who were riding 2 white horses. The general on the right was Darren, and the general on the left was Dylan. The troops of the Zulux dynasty were marching with confidence. In front of 2 mid-Third Order generals, the Eastern Kingdom was nothing, so he is the enemy commander. Darren and the army stopped 1 km away and looked at the enemy commander Zane in disdain. HMPH, pathetic, to think your right-hand man died in the hands of someone this week. Dylan said those words purposely to mock Darren. Sir, should we ask the enemy forces to surrender? Darren's advisor suggested surrender. Even if the Eastern Kingdom wanted to surrender now, I will not stop until I covered this entire battlefield with the blood of their soldiers. This battle is about washing the humiliation with the enemy blood. If you can dye this entire battlefield with the blood of my soldiers, then I would really think F***K. This is an interesting world. Darren's face turned ugly hearing those words. Everyone looked up to see 4 wyverns flying from the clouds. Along with the appearance of the wyverns from the shadows, several men and women with horns on their foreheads came out. Majin race. The generals immediately recognized who these people were. Ha ha ha, instead of looking at us, you all should be looking at your king. Zane and others were left shocked seeing their majesty, standing on a beginner third order, wyvern's back and looking at Darren. As the wyverns slowly descended from the clouds, the first order soldiers were able to clearly see the face of the person standing on the 10 meters giant wyvern's back. It's His Majesty. It's the Istaran King. Troops of both parties looked at the person with 2 meters of crimson wings. The whole battlefield fell into silence. No one dared to speak anything. While the wyverns fell down, Aditya kept his eyes on Darren and Dylan. He wasn't afraid of 2 mid-third orders. Aditya couldn't stop his anger after hearing those arrogant words of the enemy commander. After 5 minutes, Aditya landed on the ground, in front of Zane and others while keeping his eyes on Darren. Good, I thought that King Aditya had fled to another kingdom. You know, I was starting to regret not being able to kill you. But now that you're here, I will you kill and end the Istaran kingdom, once and for all. Darren's voice was filled with pride and arrogance. While Darren was trash-talking Dylan, the half-dwarf was thinking something else. I never heard the Istaran king was a dragon. Did the previous king, Ahmed, choose Aditya as his successor mainly because Aditya was a dragon? Other than a few people, no one in this continent knew Aditya's real identity. King Ahmed also hid the fact that Aditya was a dragon from everyone. Now, seeing 2 crimson dragon wings, it was not just the enemy, but also Aditya's troops were shocked. I don't from where he got these 4 wyverns, but I can feel it. One of the wyverns has beginner third order powers. Even a peak second order wyvern can give a tough fight to a beginner third order human. I can't underestimate the powers of this wyvern. I hope this idiot has realized this fact as well. Dylan looked at Darren wondering if he had seen the strength of the enemy. How did His Majesty get 4 strong wyverns to listen to his orders? Amber wondered while looking at the old man with a horn growing on his forehead. This old man was the leader of the Majin village. Enough talking, let's start this fight already. The soldiers of Istaran Kingdom looked at Aditya in admiration for not being afraid to see a mid-third order on the battlefield. While the Zulux dynasty soldiers thought Aditya was a fool and ignorant man. Why would a beginner second order try to fight a third order? This was no different than suicide. Both Darren and Aditya looked into each other's eyes, and the next moment both of them disappeared from their place. Swoosh! Charge! Kill the Zulux forces! Kill the invaders! The soldiers of both sides also started charging at each other. This second biggest battle of the Istaran Kingdom had just started. Clang! Both Darren and Aditya's swords clashed and created sparks of fire. One wanted to kill to regain his respect, while the other wanted to kill to defend his territory from invaders. In war, neither party is right nor wrong. Aditya was the villain in the enemy's story, while the enemy was the villain in his story. I can't wait to rip your dragon head and show it to His Majesty. Darren spoke with a bloodthirsty smile on his face. I have no plans of dying this early. Clang! Both of their swords clashed with each other, creating metal clanging sounds and sparks. While both parties warmed their bodies with light movement and sword clashes, Aditya realized the power gap between him and Darren was just too big. I have to use my trump cards if I want to fight him on equal foot. Clang! 58+. As Darren and Aditya were clashing their attacks, testing the water before diving into it, he suddenly noticed the boost in Aditya's speed that pushed him back for a second. So he is getting serious. Boom! For a moment everyone stopped fighting hearing the loud sound. Zane and others could only pray for Aditya's safety. The third order wyvern was currently fighting third order half-dwarf General Dylan. Today only 1 chapter. Chapter 40. Agility. Agility. 185 plus 100 and 100 clang. Do you think by increasing your speed, you can then me down? Darren rotated his body to perform a roundhouse kick. In counter, Aditya used his Crimson Dragon wings to pull himself back to dodge the kick. Seeing that his attack has failed, the calm look on Darren's face instantly changed. Like a fierce lion, he tightly closed his fists as he concentrated elemental mana in his fists. Water Dragon. Aditya's face changed, seeing two eastern dragons made out of water coming at him from both sides. He threw a 5 meters big orb of crimson flame to block both attacks while retreating back. Boom! How did his low-tier attack block my water dragons? Darren knew that there was something strange with these crimson flames. Even from 5 meters distance, he can feel the terrifying temperature of the crimson flames. Swoosh! Darren suddenly felt something aimed at his neck. At the very last moment, Darren moved his neck to the left to dodge the tip of the sword. In that second, Darren rotated his body to see Aditya. How is he this fast? Darren couldn't understand what was happening. Aditya was supposed to be a beginner second-order cultivator, yet how is he matching the speed of a mid-third-order cultivator? Unless he is using an artifact to increase his speed. Crimson Blink. At that close distance, Aditya boldly used a molten bolt. Red-orange, looking like a bolt, was too fast for Darren to dodge. In the end, he tried to shield his body using a layer of mana, but the bolt was too powerful for the mana layer to completely block the attack. The system had evolved his skill Molten Bolt to Crimson Blink. After evolving, the power of his attack increased and also gave him one unique ability. Bang! Darren, a mid-third-order general, was sent flying by the attack of a cultivator who just entered second order. The only reason Aditya was able to match Darren's speed was that he increased his agility using his free stats points, and the combined boost from both 4th and 5th star artifacts further increased his speed. 100 plus boost in his agility, while the Crown of 7C, which is a low-grade 5-star artifact, gave him a 20% boom. Darren landed 15 meters away from Aditya. The flesh on Darren's chest had been slightly burned, and blood dripped from the corner of his mouth. I should stop underestimating you. Darren wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Without caring about the wound on his chest, he stood up and took out another sword from his storage ring. Both of his swords are peak 2-star artifacts. As Rune Monarch class holder, Aditya can tell the grade of Darren's swords with a single look, but he was still not sure what powers or buffs his both sword had. Swoosh! This time Darren moved so fast that for a second Aditya's eyes lost track of Darren. When he blinked his eyes, he found Darren standing in front of him and swinging the sword that he held on his right at his neck. Too fast, Aditya could see the sword vertically swing at his neck, but his body was not fast enough to react. Clang! Drip! That hurts. Aditya fell on one knee while holding his right trapezius. There was a large cut on the area between his right shoulder and his neck. The red-crimson scales that were covering his shoulders and chest were now covered with his blood. I forgot that you can use your scales for your defense. Next time I won't miss. If Aditya's Crimson Dragon scales weren't covering his neck and shoulder, Aditya would have died from the attack. The attack was strong enough to break his scale and leave a deep cut mark on his right trapezius. Health. 124 out of 175. Due to the blood loss, Aditya's health was constantly dropping. Every second his health was losing by half point. Enduring the pain, Aditya stood up with his peak 2-star Crimson Dragon Wrath Sword, while Darren looked at Aditya in disdain and said, "Don't worry, I will give you an instant and painless death. Instead, I will make your soldiers and generals suffer in your place." Bang! The ground beneath Darren's feet shattered into a spider web as he used his full strength on his legs to jump toward his enemy. Blast of Divine Fury. While activating one of his skills, Aditya looked at Darren, who was 5 meters above his head. Darren's swords glow in light blue as he aimed to slash Aditya in an X-like fashion. Boom! At the last moment, Aditya moved out of the way to dodge the attack. Just as Darren crash-landed On the ground while missing his target appeared behind him and slashed the Crimson Dragon Wrath sword aimed at his back. Bang, critical strike. Ah! Darren let out a painful roar when the Crimson Dragon Wrath left a deep straight mark on his back. He reacted super fast and retreated back. What is this sword? Darren looked at the sword that was surrounded by red crimson flame. In fear, he screamed as he literally felt his own flesh getting burned because of the attack. Crimson Dragon Wrath Peak Grade 2-star Description. Become a perfect weapon for second-order fire-type cultivators. Function 1. Function 1 and 17% Function 2. Function 2. There is a 25% chance of landing a critical hit on a third-order cultivator. Function 3. Function 3 30%. How did it feel? Aditya asked with a grin on his face. With the modification of his Blast of Divine Fury skill, Aditya now won't have to worry about his mana running out too quickly. Before using 5 plus 2 plus and 50%, I have to kill him quickly and then deal with the other third order. Aditya knew that his third order pet wyvern wouldn't able to hold General Dylan for much longer. The critical hit had dropped Darren's health below 100. He was rapidly losing his blood, causing his health point to drop by 1 every second. Taking the opportunity of Darren's retreat, Aditya quickly ate a healing pill that was given to him by his dear wife. Time to end this. Aditya has been waiting to use this ability for a while now. After his first dragon transformed, he got a new ability when his Molten Bolt evolved to become Crimson Blink. Crimson Blink. Red-orange color lightning began to flicker around Aditya's body. Before Darren can figure out what was happening, the Crimson King disappeared. Where did he go? Darren raised his guard to the max. He had this uneasy feeling in his heart. Darren then felt something coming from above. When he raised his head, his eyes flashed in fear, seeing 7 bolts of lightning coming at him at rapid speed. The speed of the 7 bolts was very fast, faster than even Darren's current speed. When the 7 bolts of red-orange lightning were only 1 meter away from the ground, all the 7 bolts of lightning suddenly combined, shocking Darren to his core. Before he could realize what was going on, in that moment of surprise and shock, the 7 bolts of lightning combined together and took the shape of Aditya's body. Bang! The last thing that Darren saw before getting his body cut vertically in half was the image of Aditya vertically swinging the Crimson Dragon Wrath. Ding! The host has killed a mid-third order. The host has gained experience points. Ding! The host has leveled up. Ding! The host has leveled up. Ding! The host has leveled. Huff, huff. Now it's time to take care of the other general. Aditya wanted to finish everything before he run out of mana. All he needed to do was kill both third orders while the rest would be done by his capable generals. Swoosh! Aditya used his full speed to run toward the battlefield. Darren and he was fighting somewhere else to not involve any troops in their fight. 100 plus didn't use the second ability of his evolved skill Crimson Blink. The attack was super strong, but it came with huge mana consumption. Meanwhile, the 10 meters big wyvern was fighting Dylan, while the other 3 peak second-order wyverns helped the Istran army. Dylan was getting frustrated with each passing second. The lesser dragon, who was his opponent, was able to block most of his attack with its black wyvern scales. His fire-type attacks had no effect on the wyvern. To make matters even worse, the wyvern used a strange black flame that was even stronger than his fire-type attacks. Vote for a bonus chapter. Guys, these few days I will be uploading 1 chapter. As for I will upload them on Monday. Chapter 41. Dylan, the second general of the Zulux dynasty, was currently looking slightly pale, as fear could be seen reflecting in his eyes. 20 meters in front of him, there was a huge wave of black flame that threatened to devour the earth and heavens. The wave of the black flame was 15 meters high and 30 meters wide. The attack was strong enough to easily annihilate a small part of the army. Flame Orb, 110 plus. Make a fire orb that was 2 times bigger than the black flame wave. Seeing 2 terrifying attacks of third-order cultivators about to collide, all the soldiers, regardless of any kingdom, began to run for their life. Run. Run as far as you can. While running, Some soldiers who have earth affinity used their affinity to make an earth wall, in hope of reducing the shockwave that was going to come from a collision between two third-order attacks. To protect the soldiers of the Eastern Kingdom, the other three wyverns used mana to make huge mana shields to hold the shockwave. Each mana shield was 50 meters wide and 20 meters tall. Each shield looked like a thin glass barrier. For a first order, breaking these simple and weak-looking mana shields would be nearly impossible, but for third order, these glass shields were nothing in front of their attacks. Everyone use your mana to protect your bodies. Zane's loud voice was heard right before the explosion took place. The soldiers didn't hesitate to use almost all of their mana to create a small, transparent mana barrier in front of them. It was not just the Eastern soldiers, but also the enemy forces who did the same in hopes of surviving. This is why both Darren and Aditya moved away and fought in another place near the battlefield. Both of them knew that their attacks were too powerful for first orders. One of their attacks could potentially kill 1,000, if not 10,000 soldiers at the same time. Even the weakest 3D order attack is more than an average first order soldier can handle. Not every soldier was rich and had the money to afford even the lowest tier artifact. Only a very few soldiers were able to afford enough money to buy a cheap 1-star defensive or offensive artifact. Just as everyone finished creating the barrier, the explosion that everyone was anticipating came. Boom! The collision between third-order fire attacks created a massive explosion, which resulted in the formation of a massive wave of flame that spread to nearly every corner of the battlefield. If not for the barriers that every made around themselves, if not for the 3 giant mana shields created by the 3 wyverns, nearly everyone on the battlefield would have died. From afar, as Aditya was approaching the battlefield after finishing Darren, he stopped seeing a massive mushroom of clouds rising in the sky. The explosion created as a result of 2 third-order attacks was so huge that even from 10 km away, the people living near the borders, in small villages, could feel the earth shake as they all heard the thunderous sound of the explosion. Meanwhile, at the battlefield, for a brief period of time, the whole battlefield was covered in flames. It was like the whole world had become a world of flames. The earth was scorched black, and the soldiers who were near the explosion couldn't withstand the massive shockwave and fainted after several seconds. After about an entire minute, the rumbling sound started dying down. The whole battlefield was still covered in smoke and dust. When the dust started settling down, Zane and others generals were left horrified seeing a 100 meters deep crater in the center of the battlefield. Not every soldier had enough mana to create a strong barrier that could withstand the shockwave. Thousands of soldiers immediately died when their mana shields shattered due to the shockwave, while the soldiers who were near the explosion instantly died and their bodies turned to ash. The shockwave near the explosion was stronger compared to other parts of the battlefield. Except for a few hundred soldiers, more than 5,000 soldiers from both sides instantly turned to ash. Huff, huff. If not for these 3 wyverns creating powerful mana barriers, most of our soldiers would have been wiped out. The fear was still lingering in Zane's eyes. Cough. Zane turned around to find the Majin village head, Zachary, coughing blood while holding his chest. His arms and cheeks were slightly burned. What happened to you? Zane assumed all the Majins had taken shelter in their shadows to escape the shockwave. I was trying to save several injured soldiers, but in the end, I was a millisecond late. If Zachary took another 1 or 2 seconds to hide in his shadow, then his entire body would have been burned to charcoal black. Cough. Are you all right? Scott asked. His face looked pale. It was not just Scott, everyone's faces turned pale due to mana loss. To survive that explosion, everyone had to use all of their mana to harden their mana shield. This old man is all right. By the way, the enemy general is dead. I can't sense his mana anymore. Everyone turned their heads in the direction of the huge 100 meters deep crater. I am not sure, but I can faintly feel that man's mana. But his mana is currently very weak. It's like a candle that is about to burn out. Scott, as a dark elf, had better senses compared to the rest. Due to his high senses, he can even shoot arrows even if he is blindfolded, though his range would be limited to only 80 meters. Meanwhile, at the center of the battlefield, there was a 100 meters deep crater. The crater was 100 meters big. At the center of the crater, there were two beings who were lying on the ground with numerous injuries on their bodies. The 10 meters giant wyvern was lying on the ground. He already had lost his consciousness from the explosion. Even if his black flame was stronger compared to normal fire, his mana was not enough to compete against a mid-third order. His black wyvern wings were burned with smoke coming from them. There was a deep wound on his chest which was bleeding. If he doesn't get treated, there is a chance that he will die soon. Dylan's condition was even worse than the wyvern's. The only reason he was still conscious and not dead is because of the defensive artifact that he carries with him. Despite having a peak grade 2-star defense artifact, Dylan's entire body was full of wounds. The wounds were so serious that no first or second order would be able to survive with these wounds. The half-dwarf's body was entirely burned black. His left eye wasn't spared either. The eyes were burned. Dark red blood was coming from multiple parts of his body. Even the holes of his nose were burned to the point where he could neither smell nor breathe through his nose. Right now, Dylan looked like a demon that crawled out of hell. "You bastard! I will ******* kill you." Dylan knew even if he managed to survive today, his body would never be the same. He had permanently lost his eye and his left hand, which was burned to the point where he can see his left hand bones. Even if Dylan wanted to heal himself, he would need at least a peak 3-star healing potion. And why would the Zulux dynasty spend a healing potion that is considered a national treasure on someone who has lost the battle and was half crippled? If anything, the Zulux dynasty king will personally execute Dylan for failing to win the battle, which cost them their reputation and only bought them humiliation. "Don't worry, I will end your miserable and pathetic life right here." Aditya could have used a special rune spell to make Dylan his slave. The current Dylan was so weak that he can't even fight an average normal human. Heck, even a 10-year-old boy could easily kill him. There would be no use in turning someone who is already half crippled into a slave. Not to mention the huge amount of resources Aditya would have to use to heal his severely damaged body. "I thank you for the free experience points." The silent battlefield heard the sound of Dylan's head falling on the ground. "Ding, you have killed a mid-third order cultivator. You have gained experience points. Ding, you have leveled up. 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 Ding, you have." After killing Dylan, Aditya immediately went to his pet wyvern. At this point, even if he wanted to, he cannot lose a third order. It was only because of this wyvern that Aditya was able to kill 2 mid-third order generals and secure their second and one of the most important wins in this war. Julia still can't make 3-star healing pills due to lack of materials. Aditya had peak 2-star healing pills which were slightly more powerful than average peak 2-star healing pills. The healing pills, made by the goddess of alchemy, had some special materials that stimulated the regeneration speed of the body. After feeding 5 peak 2-star healing pills, Aditya finally saw the result. Wyvern's body was rapidly healing. The black scale that was damaged from the attack was now starting to heal and regain its original color. Now that the 2 generals have been taken care of, the rest of the battle should be easy. Aditya walked out of the crater to find the whole battlefield staring at him in silence. The soldiers were too shocked to continue this battle. Before today, other than a few handfuls of soldiers, no one had seen a fight between 2 third orders. Seeing the clash between 2 third orders, they realized how terrifying third orders were. They also realized their mistake. When the battle between the 2 third orders started, they should have retreated back and fought far away. General Darren and General Dylan are dead. Aditya, the Crimson Dragon's voice was heard all over the battlefield. No one dared to interrupt Aditya, since Aditya was here standing in front of them with a wound above his right chest. It meant that General Darren was also dead. "Now that your generals are dead, You have two options. First, you continue this fight and die, or second, you all drop your weapons and kneel on the ground with your hands raised up in the air and surrender to the Eastern Kingdom. Hearing Aditya's words, almost 80% of the Zulux dynasty troops dropped their weapons while some stubborn soldiers kept standing. They weren't willing to betray their motherland. Even if they were treated harshly in the army, they were not going to surrender without a fight. For those who are still holding their weapon and standing, is that your final answer? This time, Aditya asked while releasing all of his killing intent. The killing intent of a second order was no joke. Everyone's faces turned pale as their legs began to shiver. When Aditya looked in their direction, the soldiers who were still stubbornly standing dropped to their knees and lowered their heads. They dared not to look at this demon. Just looking at his red eyes, they felt like they were looking at hell. From now on, the troops of the Zulux dynasty will be my war prisoners. We have won this second battle against the Zulux dynasty, but our battle is not over. We will not stop until we have our revenge on the enemy. We will let the world know that the Eastern Kingdom is not a kingdom that anyone can bully. Hearing Aditya's loud speech, all the Eastern soldiers felt an adrenaline rush. It was as if their king's words had some kind of magic that erased their exhaustion. Vote for a bonus chapter. Chapter 42. Ma'am, we have received the latest news from the border. In Azure City, sitting in a newly built mansion, the Seeker of Impurity Guild leader, also known as the Goddess of Wealth, was reading a book while enjoying her tea. Behind the couch, a maid was quietly standing with a stoic face. Just like the guild leader, the maid was also a beauty to be reckoned with. The woman had short, neck-length light blue hair. She was wearing a long-made uniform. Who won the second battle? Any news from the border held great importance to the Goddess of Wealth. From the beginning, she had sent her spies to two neighboring kingdoms' armies. She wanted to keep track of the two enemy kingdoms' movements. According to the news sent by our spies, King Aditya appeared with a beginner third-order wyvern and 3 peak second-order wyverns. This time, the enemy forces also had 2 third-order generals, but His Majesty was able to kill General Darren while the wyvern took on General Dillon. With the 2 generals' death, the battle was won by the Eastern Kingdom with the least causalities. For a moment, the Goddess of Wealth stopped reading. For a split second, she looked very surprised, but she quickly regained her calm. You may leave now. The man kneeling in front of the guild leader bowed his head and then disappeared without making a single noise. After the man left, the whole room fell into silence until the maid asked her lady something that she has been curious about. Milady, I was thinking that Aditya would badly lose this battle. Taking down 2 third orders while still being at second order isn't something that a normal dragon could do. Hearing the words of her maid, she put the book that she was reading on the tea table. She then picked up the teacup and took a sip. Honestly, what he did is shocking. We all were expecting him to lose this battle. I even sent a 4th order to keep an eye on him. If his life was in danger, I had ordered the 4th order to react and protect his life. Now I feel that this entire time we have been underestimating him for the beginning. While Aditya was resting after the second battle, the news of the Zulux dynasties, another huge defeat, spread in all the neighboring kingdoms. Both kings were shocked to their core, knowing that a king that everyone previously called an alcohol addict now had the power to defeat third-order generals. The news also reached the ears of Aditya's other wives. The sudden rise in his powers made people curious. Many people thought that from the beginning Aditya was pretending to be an addict so that he can strike on the 2 kingdoms when they lower their guards against him. Achoo, my lord, are you all right? Amber asked in a concerned tone. Yeah, I am fine. Aditya replied while rubbing his nose. My lord, are you sure you're all right? This is the 18th time you have sneezed in an hour. I am all right. Now let's talk about the causalities that we had in this battle. Before the battle started, we had over 28,500 troops, while the enemy had 35,000 troops. That devastating explosion killed more than 10,000 soldiers from both sides. So by the time when this battle ended, we had over 18,000 000 troops, as most of the war prisoners that we captured before had died. So adding all the enemy troops who surrendered, we now have over 38,000 troops. In a room, everyone now was having a meeting. That's good, but we now have a problem. Zane frowned, looking at the piece of paper in his hand. What problem? Aditya lazily asked. He had been feeling lazy after the battle ended. Our food stock will only last for another week. Everyone stopped whatever they were doing and looked at Aditya with a serious look. Without food, it would be impossible to maintain this huge army. Without food, the soldiers will be weak and won't be able to fight at their full strength, or worse can happen, and thousands of troops might even die due to hunger. So we're in a situation where our food stock is limited to only one more week. Aditya closed his eyes and sighed deeply. The Nepoka kingdom has blocked all kinds of trade with our kingdom. There is no way Zuluk's dynasty would sell us any food, meaning that the option of buying food does not exist. Before this war started, Aditya bought 1 month's food for 20,000 troops, knowing that his troops were only 20,000. But he failed to count the possibility of his troops' number increasing. Also, the merchant from whom I bought food only gave me a month's worth of food. Even though I tried to negotiate, he denied all of my offers, saying that currently even he was out of food supplies. Then contact Duke Sarlis. Among the 3 cities in the Eastern Kingdom, the city that Duke Sarlis governed is considered the most prosperous city. Compared to other cities, the food prices were not that high if the prices are compared to the price of the other 2 cities. The meeting went on for another 30 minutes before everyone was dismissed. Scene change. Your Majesty, we have lost the second battle. In the throne hall, everyone was staring at a person whose entire body was trembling hearing the words of his messenger. His eyes had turned red, while he clenched his fists so tightly that his nails had dug into his flesh, causing his palms to bleed. For a moment, no one dared to say anything. In front of the king of the Zuluk's dynasty, who currently looked too angry, no court officials, not even the newly appointed prime ministers, didn't have the courage to utter even a single word. This time everyone was more than 100% sure that the forces of the Eastern Kingdom will be crushed, and it won't be long before the kingdom's territories are claimed by them. There was even a rumor which said that General Darren will be made the new governor of the conquered territories. Who would thought that 2 of their third-order generals will be defeated? No one had expected this outcome even in their wildest nightmare. A third order is considered the peak existence in 3 kingdoms. Even after 3 decades of nurturing countless geniuses, the Zuluk's dynasty had only managed to produce 4 fourth orders. Having a third order is equal to becoming a 3-tier kingdom. While Zuluk's dynasty before this war started was said to be near becoming a 4-tier powerhouse. Before this war started, if someone had said that the king of Eastern Kingdom can kill a third order, no one would have believed in that person. Everyone would have laughed off, thinking that the person was telling a joke. Even the top-ranking geniuses in the 3 kingdoms do not hold the power to kill a third order. Yet a person who was called an alcohol addict did the impossible. What kind of monstrous talent does one need to have to be able to kill a third order while still being a beginner second order? Those who previously called Aditya an alcohol addict felt like their faces has been slapped countless times. Your Majesty, what should we do now? The king glared at his newly appointed prime minister. If the old prime minister Joseph was still here, then he would have suggested some kind of solution. This made the king miss his old prime minister. Not only Joseph was cunning and sly in nature, but he also was the big brain that pushed the dynasty toward prosperity. It wouldn't be wrong to say that whatever that the Zuluk's dynasty has achieved in the last 10 years was planned by Joseph. The newly appointed prime minister began to sweat seeing the king angrily glaring at him. It only has been a few days since he started working as the prime minister. Before becoming the prime minister, he thought that becoming the king's right-hand man would benefit him and let him reach the peak of his life. But those fantasies were all wrong. Becoming the king's prime minister is like trying to babysit an adult. It was like he had come to hell. After another 5 minutes of silence, the king sighed and calmed his head. He also knew that he had anger issues. With our defeat, we can say with 100% certainty that we can't underestimate the Eastern Kingdom. With the troops that we nurtured for years being captured by the enemy, their number should be exceeded 30,000. While saying those words, the king again felt his heart boiling in anger. Only he and the previous prime minister knew how much money and resources they had spent on training the troops. Also knowing the enemy is capable of defeating 2/3 orders, I think we should stop now. The words of the king surprised and shocked everyone in the throne hall. The king of the Zulux dynasty giving up a war against a 2-tier kingdom that now can be considered a 3-tier kingdom didn't sound like something that the king would do, especially after knowing how much the king valued his reputation. It is known that the king would do anything to keep his reputation. He wouldn't hesitate to sacrifice an army of 10,000 for his reputation. We already have lost 65,000 troops, 2/3 order generals. Dragging this war any longer would put the security of our dynasty at risk. While the king was someone who easily would get angry and impulsive in nature, the king wasn't stupid. He knew that the neighboring kingdoms wouldn't waste a single day in attacking if their dynasty becomes weak enough. While everyone was still shocked hearing the king's announcement, a messenger whose body was covered in black clothes, making him look like an assassin, appeared behind the throne and whispered something into the king's ear. Announcement: "Hello everyone. I apologize for uploading one chapter every day. I have a high fever, maybe coronavirus. I am not 100% sure. My body is currently too weak to write 2 chapters each day. For the next few days, I will continue to upload 1 chapter if my body is well enough." Chapter 43. 3 days passed since the second battle of the Ziraka fortress ended. During these 3 days, many people were expecting the Zulux dynasty to send another large army. But contrary to their expectations, the Zulux dynasty showed no sign of deploying their troops. It was as if they had forgotten about the ongoing war. This confused many people as they couldn't understand why would the dynasty stop after experiencing 2 huge defeats. The dynasty was a proud kingdom with over 115 years of long history. In that period, the dynasty had over 4 kings. The dynasty in that period of time did its best to maintain good political relations with other neighboring 3-tier kingdoms, while conquering all the 2-tier small kingdoms around its borders. While the previous kings didn't see any value in conquering land that is full of mountain ranges and were dependent on neighboring kingdoms for food supplies. However, Sebastian Walker, the current king of the Zulux dynasty, saw the real value and potential that this small kingdom had. Sebastian Walker was by nature an ambitious man. He wanted to conquer more lands and expand his territory. His dream was to eventually let his dynasty become the overlord of this part of the continent by letting his dynasty become a 5-tier powerhouse. However, his conquest plans were forced to be postponed due to several issues. Before becoming the king, his father previously had only 60,000 troops and 1/3 order general under his command. Knowing that his dynasty would be too weak to start his conquest plans, he had to wait 3 decades for his dynasty to have 4/3 orders. The land of the Zulux dynasty had 7 main cities and 29 small towns. Each main city was located either near the borders or in a strategic location for quick transportation of foods and other supplies. Unlike other neighboring kingdoms, the title of duke wasn't given to governors of the main 7 cities of the Zulux dynasty. The kings felt to maintain absolute control over all 7 cities, that is, the backbone of the dynasty. They needed to maintain strong control over the 7 main cities. He instead made the nobles of his kingdom sign a special contract. If any noble tried to plot anything against the king of the kingdom, they and their whole bloodline would instantly die, and their souls would be burned. This prevented any traitors or any rebels from rising. The contract made all the nobles and their future generations the slave of the king. and the kingdom. All the nobles were very upset with the king because of the contract. Being tied to this contract meant they had no free will. Every decision they want to make has to be discussed and approved by the king himself. A shark city, one of the 7 main cities of Zuluk's dynasty, located at the northwest border. The distance between the Ashark city and the Ziraka fortress is about 50 km, but the mountain ranges made it difficult and consumed more time for traveling. Currently, Sebastian Walker, the current king of the Zuluk's dynasty, and John Mitchell, the noble house that is named as the governor of the Ashark city, was having an important meeting. John Mitchell was the governor of the Ashark city only in name, as the real ruler was King Sebastian. My personal spies had found that the Istarian forces are planning on attacking the Ashark city. It would take them approximately 9 to 10 hours to reach Ashark city. For now, we don't know when the Istarian forces will attack, but my theory is that they will attack within this week. To prepare for the invasion, recall all the troops that were sent to guard the small towns. After giving several instructions to John, the king finally ended the meeting that was taking place with the use of 3-star artifacts. 3 days ago, when King Sebastian was thinking of stopping the war, for now, one of his personal spies came with very important information. Knowing that the Istarian kingdom was going to attack the Ashark city, the king wanted John to increase the Ashark city's defense to the max. If one of the main 7 cities fell, it would be a huge loss for the Zuluk's dynasty. Losing a city to the Istarian kingdom would be the same as being slapped millions of times. Scene change. While the defense of the Ashark city was raised to the maximum, King Aditya was busy doing something else. Your Majesty, I can't express how impressed I am. Your intelligence is out of this world. Currently, King Aditya, Majin village head Zachary, and charming royal fox Queen Amber were in the Zuluk's dynasty territory. Everyone had big smiles on their faces. To think you would mislead the whole Zuluk's dynasty with false information. Genius. The reason Aditya was trying to recruit the Majin under his command had something to do with his future plans. With the food shortage, Aditya's options were limited. He used the Majins to spread false information about invading the Ashark city. Just like he expected under King Sebastian's orders, John recalled all the troops who were meant to guard the surrounding towns. This left the towns unprotected. What everyone failed to notice was that these towns held great importance for the Istarian kingdom. By diverting the entire dynasty's attention, Aditya was easily able to enter the Zuluk's dynasty territory. Each of the 3 towns had more than 1,000 acres of huge farming lands, which is equal to having 38 football pitches. Each town specialized in growing corns, wheat, and rice. What I truly need is not territories, but rather food supplies. The farming land of the 3 towns located in the 100 km range of Ashark city had fertile land. These 3 towns fulfilled the high food demand of Ashark city. Last year, one of these 3 towns grew over 22,000 quintals of rice. Note, 1 quintals is 100 kilograms or 462 pounds. The plan was to bring down the food prices and eliminate the food shortage problem by lotting all the harvests from the 3 towns. No kingdom in the dying Isle continent has ever done something like this. Many kings would strongly condemn this kind of act, thinking that only thieves and bandits would do this kind of thing. But Aditya was different. Being a man who has worked for the Prime Minister, he didn't give a **T about his reputation. Thanks to the Majin who had gathered information on the enemy, I was able to form this plan. Aditya has sent Majins to both Zuluk's and Nepoka kingdoms. A great man once said, "Know thy enemy and know yourself. In 100 battles you will never be defeated. When you are ignorant of the enemy but know yourself, your chances of winning or losing are equal. If ignorant both of your enemy and of yourself, you are sure to be defeated in every battle." Aditya followed this principle. Since he lacked military powers, he wanted to have an advantage when it came to information. In this world where modern technology didn't exist, information was like possessing a powerful weapon. Information was the key to victory. By bringing the Magians under his command, Aditya not only gained a powerful force of assassins, but also a force that can deliver him the latest news. Grand East Springs, one of the 3 towns that provide food to a shark city. The Grand East Springs had a population of 15,000. Almost 80% of the population of these 3 towns were slaves, owned by John. Having slaves work for the farmland was cheaper and more effective. Wearing black cloaks and covering their faces with hoods, the trio entered the Grand East Springs town by jumping over the walls without any effort. The whole town, including the farming lands, was surrounded by 3 meters tall wooden walls. The walls were built to prevent the slaves from running away and also to keep outsiders from entering the Grand East Springs town. Previously, there were a total of 10,000 troops guarding the 3 towns. Now there were less than 100 soldiers left to guard each town. Your Majesty, should I kill the guards? Not now, you will get your time to play. In the darkness of night, the trio approached the warehouse, where all the harvest was being stored. When the first ray of sunlight fell on the Grand East Springs town, 2 soldiers lazily walked up to the warehouse that was located at the center of the Grand East Springs to guard the warehouse. Man, I don't understand why the hell we are supposed to guard the warehouse. It's not like the warehouse has anything valuable in it. The only thing that this warehouse has is grains. Yeah, it's not like anyone has the balls to come and steal all the grains. The 2 soldiers walked up to the warehouse. Just like every other morning, the first thing they did was to open the warehouse and check if everything was in place. Clang. Pushing the 2 iron doors, the 2 soldiers entered the warehouse. Looking at the empty warehouse, the 2 soldiers were left dumbfounded. Brother, I think I am hallucinating. I think I am still drunk. I am going to take a nap. You're not hallucinating, brother. If you sleep now, you might never wake up again. And just like that, in a single night, the last 6 months' harvest disappeared without a trace. Within a single day, the news spread like wildfire, eventually reaching the ear of King Sebastian. You're telling me, while the soldiers who were meant to guard the warehouse were having fun, someone mysterious person emptied our warehouses. Chapter 44. Within a single day, the news spread like wildfire, eventually reaching the ear of King Sebastian. You're telling me, while the soldiers who were meant to guard the warehouse were having fun, someone mysterious person emptied our warehouses. Yes, Your Majesty. The messenger was trembling, seeing the red eyes of the king. Your Majesty, I think I have an idea of who might be the culprit. The newly appointed Prime Minister gathered his courage to speak. Who is it? Everyone in the court was looking at the man named Louis Martin. I think it was the Eastern Kingdom. Pure nonsense. What? This is nonsense. Yeah, why would the king do something this low and shameful? Everyone, including the king, doubted Louis, the prime minister's words. When everyone calmed down, King Sebastian sighed and looked at Louis. He was starting to regret his decision on choosing this man as his prime minister. Explain your words. As we all know, the Eastern Kingdom is lacking in food supplies. Now that their army has suddenly expanded to 38,000, I am sure they must have been running out of food to feed this huge army. The only reasonable solution to tackle this problem would be looting the enemy. By spreading false information, he made Lord John recall all the troops who previously were guarding the 3 towns. With only 100 soldiers guarding the towns, I am sure it must have been very easy for the Eastern Kingdom to take the warehouse. Hearing the words of the Prime Minister, the whole throne hall turned silent. Everyone realized how sly King Aditya was. Bang! Everyone took a step back, seeing King Sebastian breaking the concrete wall with his right fist. A big part of the wall cracked like a spider web. King Sebastian did not use any mana in his attack, meaning he used his pure strength to crack the wall. Drip. Blood dripped from King Sebastian's hand as he angrily bit his lips, drawing blood from his lips as well. From the beginning, we have been dancing under that bastard's control without realizing it. This was the biggest slap to their faces. King Sebastian could feel his face burn in shame. What happened to the glorious dynasty that he spent decades to build? Scene change. While everyone was shocked by what King Aditya did, currently the Dragon King was already executing the next phase of his grand plan. Everyone, we will wait, rest here. With 25,000 troops, Aditya and his 7 generals had set out to invade a shark city for real this time. Aditya had decided to stop 10 km away from a shark city and hide in the mountain ranges until the perfect opportunity comes. After giving a set of orders, Aditya turned to the old man who has been following him. "Old man, you know what to do." Zachary nodded and disappeared into the shadows. It was all thanks to the Magians who took out the enemy scouts that they were able to come this close to the Ashark city without anyone finding out about them. Zachary and the Magians were given the task to prevent news of the Istran troops invading Ashark city from leaking out. After finishing eating dinner, Aditya and others gathered in this tent to discuss their future plans. Now that King Sebastian has found that we have purposely misled them to go after their warehouse, he would probably try to increase the security of other towns to prevent this incident from happening once again. This means the security of a shark city will be lowered. They certainly wouldn't expect us to launch an attack. The slaves that worked in the 3 cities are probably going to suffer from hunger now that all of their harvests have been taken away. Although Aditya did feel sympathy for them, he couldn't just let his people suffer as well. Sometimes a ruler has to become cruel to win the war. Josh, Scott, Alina, Tyler, and Henry, you all will remain here and take command of the troop, while I, Amber, and Nathan will infiltrate a shark city to take down the Mana barrier. Every main city of the Zulux dynasty was protected by a Mana barrier. The barrier covered the whole city and was powered by Mana stones. Mana stones are special kinds of stones that are formed after collecting mana from the atmosphere. For 10,000 years, each Mana stone had mana comparable to a third-order cultivator. The Mana stones are very expensive. This is also why that capital only had 15 Mana stones that Aditya bought for emergency purposes. The Mana barriers are strong enough to resist 3 full-powered attacks of a third order. Without deactivating the Mana barriers, it would be impossible for Aditya and his troops to invade the Ashark city. Out of everyone, only Amber's illusion magic and Nathan's sneaking skills are going to help me. After awakening the Royal Fox bloodline, Amber had started cultivating both paths. She even changed her class to Illusion Warlock. When one wants to change their class or choose a class, unlike Aditya, they would have to visit the altar that is created for the sole purpose of granting a class for a cultivator. When we have done our part, I will send a signal. As soon as you all see the signal, don't waste even a second. March the army as fast as you can and attack the Ashark city. Understood. With everything progressing according to the plan, Aditya, Amber, and Nathan disappeared into the darkness of the night. The Ashark city was almost about 3 times the size of the capital. The whole city was surrounded by concrete walls standing 10 meters tall, just as in any other city. On 3 sides the city was surrounded by forest, and on the north it was surrounded by mountains. At a 10 km radius, watchtowers were made to look out if any army is approaching the city. With the joint afford from Nathan and a few other Magians, all soldiers in the watchtowers were killed in silence. The Ashark city had a population of nearly 300,000. The city was built in a pentagonal shape, having 2 gates at the northwest and the southeast sides of the city. Hold, if you're new to this city, then you must pay 1 silver as an entry fee. With Nathan's help, Aditya changed his appearance. Currently, Aditya's hair had turned dark purple while his pupils' color still remained red. His face now changed to look more chubby. The handsome that could set any woman's heart on fire was no longer there, while Amber did not change her appearance, as she used simple illusion magic to suppress her charm to the point where she now looked like an average woman. Aditya politely gave 2 silver coins to one of the guards who were wearing silver armor and had short hair. Where are you from? On the right side, Aditya could see several posters of some wanted criminals. The faces of those criminals were neatly drawn on those posters. We came from one of the nearby villages. Aditya couldn't tell the guards that they came from the Eastern Kingdom. Due to the ongoing war, the security of a shark city has been raised to the highest level. Which village? The guard asked while taking a glance at Amber. The Ashwood village. Amber replied quickly. The guard nodded and wrote down the details along with the fake names that both Aditya and Amber gave them. How long are you two planning on staying in this village? And what is the purpose of your visit? Who is she? After several more questions, finally, both of them were allowed to enter the city. My lord, where is Nathan? Amber curiously asked while walking around the city. Unlike the capital, the whole city was bustling with different colors of light. There were street shops on almost every corner of the street. People from nearby villages mostly came here to sell their handmade products, hunted animals, and their harvest in the shark city in hope of making a little more money. You will know soon enough. Aditya replied with a mysterious smile. While walking around, Aditya found many men glancing at Amber. Even though the royal fox queen had suppressed her charm with illusion magic, she couldn't hide her bouncy body. Her big and round breasts slightly bounced every time she took a step, and her big round plump ass attracted the attention of the males like a magnet. No one dared to approach Amber, seeing the cold look in her eyes. It was as if she looking at insects. My wife, what kind of food would you have tonight? Aditya asked while putting his hand around her soft and slim waist. Amber wasn't expecting His Majesty to do something like this. When she felt Aditya's strong arm around her waist, her cheeks for a moment turned red before she quickly calmed herself. You, my dear, what are you doing? Amber leaned right shut on his chest and asked in a whispering tone. To others, this might look like the couples were flirting in the open, which made the males very jealous. Amber purposely did this to not blow their disguise. Aditya leaned to the right and whispered near her right ear. A soldier has been following us for a while now. Now Amber finally understood why His Majesty suddenly put his arm around her waist. Not that Amber felt offended or anything. Rather, this whole thing was a unique experience for her. Before becoming a slave, Amber's life was full of struggle. She never had time for a relationship or romance. For a moment, Amber didn't understand why a soldier was secretly following them. But after a moment, she realized something and looked at Aditya. Your Majesty, did you suppress your aura when you were entering? I am sorry, I don't understand your words. Amber nearly slapped her forehead with a palm. I think that soldier is following you because they sensed you are a second order. Your Majesty, you must learn to suppress your aura, otherwise even a non-sensory cultivator can. What your cultivation strength is. The guards already must have seen through our disguise. If my guess is right, they are thinking of ambushing us. In these parts of the continent, only a few % of the people can reach second order. There is no way a second order can belong from a village. Well, this makes things easier for us. From the beginning, Aditya came here with the intention of killing thousands. In war, it didn't matter who is the innocent or who is the criminal. It did not matter who is right and who is wrong. What mattered is the victory. The winner will always be the right. In this path, Aditya has no idea how many innocent people will die in his hand. But as the ruler, the king must place his family and kingdom before anything. A king must become cruel when it's necessary. If a king does not use cruelty, sooner or later this kingdom will fall. It was all about survival of the fittest. There was no such thing as innocent or guilty. Ever since I forged my plan, I have been prepared to slaughter all kinds of beings. I won't care who stands in my way. If my biological parents block my path, then I will them as well. These words were the true conviction of the Dragon King. Amber, get ready to battle. Thank you for all the golden tickets. Chapter 45. Swoosh. Both Amber and Aditya disappeared with the passing wind. Where did they go? The First Order soldier who has been following them in secret moved his head in other directions to search for the suspicious couples that entered the shark city. Looking for us. In the darkness of the night, both Amber and Aditya appeared on the top of a roof. The soldier nearly jumped in fright when he heard a male voice as a hand grabbed his right shoulder. Just when he turned his head, From the darkness, two pairs of light yellow glowing eyes stared at the soldier for a second before the eyes of the soldier turned lifeless. Hypnosis. It's done. Your Majesty can ask or order him anything that you want. One of the new skills that she learned was hypnosis. The skill only worked when the target has a weak mind or weak will. At her current level, she can only hypnotize mid-first orders. Scene change. Bro, I heard that a prostitute house has opened in the western part of the city. I think we should check it out when we have some free time. With our identity, we should get some discounts. Sure, I have no problem. The sad part is I don't think at this time we will get any vacation. Given how the Eastern Kingdom has just robbed us by fooling the whole dynasty, I don't think the hatred between the two kingdoms will end anytime soon. Currently, in the training camp, around 4,000 soldiers were resting while the other 4,000 was working. The soldiers' working time was divided into 2 shifts. Each shift was 12 hours long of hard work. During their working hours, none of the soldiers were allowed to leave the training camp. After every 15 days, the 8,000 soldiers would be replaced by another group who previously were guarding the nearby towns and the borders. This cycle continued for 15 to 30 years until a soldier reached the age of 40 to 55. There were even some soldiers who would retire only after 70 plus. Strongest men on Earth, by using 1 out of 10th of his total strength. The training camp was located on the northern side of the city. The training camp was built on an open field with thousands of tents. Each tent was big enough to let 4 soldiers sleep in comfort. Between the tents, there were big campfires meant to keep the tents warm during the night times. The entire training camp was restricted to the public. The training camp was surrounded by 2 meters long wooden walls. Other than the 8,000 soldiers who had to work in 2 shifts, there was also a special unit. The special unit had over 1,500. The unit was created for emergency purposes. Brother, let's get our food. Currently, all the soldiers in the training camp were waiting in line to get their dinner. The soldiers are fed high-quality magical beast meat that is very healthy and nutritious for a cultivator's body. I heard today we are going to have the chance of eating the meat of snow bear. Just as the soldier extended his hand to get the tray, his entire body exploded like a water balloon. Bang! What just happened? Seeing the red blood and the small pieces of scattered meat on the ground, many soldiers who saw this scene panicked as fear took over their hearts. Hee. Everyone felt a shiver running down their spine when they saw a golden magic circle appear in front of them. The magic circle was about 20 meters in size. What scared them the most was when they saw all the corpses in the magic circle. Amber, there is no way to scare them like that. Everyone turned to their right to see a handsome young man and a woman who is extremely beautiful and seductive walking in their direction. Amber covered her mouth as she giggled, slightly causing her round breasts to bounce slightly, but no one had the mood to appreciate this view. Hee. Your Majesty, I just wanted to test my illusion. Magic, it seems at my current level, I can only do this much. Today Aditya found that one of his generals likes to torture the opponent using illusion magic. Let's finish this quick and fast. The Crimson Dragon Wrath Sword appeared in his right hand. Red-orange looking lightning began to flicker around Aditya's body, making cracking sounds. The next second the Crimson Dragon vanished from his place. Swoosh, bang. When Aditya reappeared, more than 200 soldiers were dead as their heads were cut off. The remaining soldiers who were previously standing in the line panicked. One of the soldiers took out a red orb and activated the orb using mana. As the red orb glowed in bright red color, his words were heard all over the city. Red alert! We have 2 intruders at the training camp, requesting back for backup, heard all over the city. With the red alert, the guards quickly closed the 2 gates and activated the mana shield that covered the whole city. The troops who previously were patrolling the city now was rushing in the direction of the training camp. Even the governor of this city, John Mitchell, rushed out of his mansion and went in the direction of the training camp. Everyone, we will just have to hold them until the governor himself arrives. With each passing second, more and more soldiers gathered with their weapons. Within 5 minutes, more than 5,000 soldiers surrounded Aditya and Amber. However, despite being surrounded by 5,000 and increasing soldiers, neither the Fox Queen nor the Crimson Dragon showed any look of nervousness or fear. "Who is it?" After about 7.5 minutes, everyone heard a loud voice. The soldiers' eyes brightened with hope hearing the voice. Even if they had no hope of defeating this second order, their governor had the power to kill anyone under the third order. Now that their governor was here, they had nothing to worry about. Swoosh. When the strong wind finally left, a man holding a lance stood 9 meters away from Aditya and Amber. For a brief moment, no one dared to speak anything. Both sides just stared at each other, trying to measure the opponent's power in silence. "It's nice to meet you, Lord John Mitchell." The man named John Mitchell was about 6 feet tall, with a round, bald head that perfectly reflected the moonlight. He had a fairly muscular body. What made Aditya and Amber most surprised was his fashion. He was wearing pink-color pajamas. "That's an interesting pajamas you got there." Hearing Aditya's words, John lowered his head, only to realize that in a hurry he wore his wife's pajamas and came here. It was not just Aditya and Amber who wanted to laugh. Even the soldiers of John wanted to roll on the ground and laugh. "HMPH. Dragon King, I don't know if I should thank heaven for sending you to me. Today I will capture you and present you to His Majesty." Since Aditya was no longer hiding his face, John was able to recognize him in a matter of seconds. "My pink clown, have you ever seen fireworks?" John can't express how humiliated felt when Aditya called him pink clown. "What are you talking about?" Not understanding what Aditya was referring to, John asked back. "Let me demonstrate it for you." Under the gaze of more than 10,000 soldiers, Aditya raised his right hand and snapped. Snap. With the snap, a huge loud explosion took place. Boom! The explosion shook the entire Ashark city to its core. No one had expected something like this to happen. When the explosion ended, another series of explosions kept taking place. With each explosion, John's face kept turning more and more paler. Boom, boom, boom. What is happening? The earthquake produced due to the explosion caused some soldiers to fall to the ground. After about 1 minute, the explosion sounds finally died down. But in just 1 minute, 97 explosions took place, shaking the entire city and destroying many things. "What did you really do?" John's entire body trembled as he looked at Aditya. "Nothing much. I just made it easier for my troops to attack this city." John was ready for anything but this sentence. His entire body shuddered in fear as his pale turned pale. His lips trembled while his eyes flashed in fear of death. With the contract binding him, he can't surrender, which would mean betraying King Sebastian, meaning his death, while the enemy wasn't going to spare him. Either, in both ways, he was a dead person. It was not just Sebastian, but also the 10,000 soldiers who had surrounded Aditya, who paled hearing his words. "How did you do it?" John weakly fell to his knees as he dropped the lance that he was holding. Before, there was no hope left in his eyes. Either way, he and his family was going to die due to the contract. "What I was." Flashback. Standing on the top of a mountain, Aditya and Nathan were looking in the direction of Ashark City. "Nathan, take this storage ring with you." Nathan took the golden ring with a crimson stone and looked at his king in confusion. His gaze was curious and filled with questions. "This storage ring has over 100 explosive runes. Each rune can end the life of a second order in an instant. These types of runes took a lot of time to draw. Aditya was able to make 100 explosive paper talismans after a total of 100 hours of hard work." Nathan for a moment looked shocked hearing the words of His Majesty. He looked down at the storage ring and carefully placed the ring in his pocket. "To pull off our plan, I want you to place all the paper rune talismans on the walls of the Ashark City." Flashback ends. You can draw runes. John nearly felt like dying in shock. In this world, rune masters were very rare. Even a 4-tier kingdom would struggle to get a first-order rune master in their faction. I am an all-rounder. Aditya smiled as he stared at the fearful faces of the 10,000 soldiers. I have given my army the signal they needed. It's time to shed some blood. Swoosh. The next moment, under the disbelieving gazes of 10,000, the head of Governor John was cut in half. Ding, you have killed a mid-second order cultivator. You have gained experience points. Ding, you have leveled up. Ding 1, you have leveled up. Ding, you have leveled up. Ding 1, you have leveled up. Ding, you have leveled you. The soldiers couldn't block a single strike of Aditya and Amber. Both of them danced in the crowd of soldiers. That night, the Ashark City is said to have experienced the cruelest night in the history of its creation. Crimson blink from the hundreds of bolts of lightning began striking the soldiers. Each time a lightning bolt hit a soldier, that soldier's body would explode like a water balloon. Aditya madly swung the Crimson Dragon Wrath Sword, while Amber used this chance to practice her illusion magic. This wasn't a fight. It was rather a one-sided massacre that dyed the entire training camp with a river of blood and countless corpses. The whole fight continued until 10,000 soldiers were killed by both. By the time when Aditya's troops came, the fight had long ended. Aditya and Amber were waiting for the troops to occupy their new territory, the Ashark City. All the troops, even the war prisoners, who previously were soldiers of the Zulux dynasty, were shocked to see how quickly Aditya managed to capture the Ashark City. The whole process was smooth. Within a single night, Aditya conquered about 10% of the Zulux dynasty territory. Chapter 46. Your Majesty, everything is done. We have successfully captured Ashark City. Thank you for reporting, Amber. Now you can take some time to rest. It was already midnight. It took a few hours to clean and deal with all the dead bodies. Aditya also refused to throw away the armors and the weapons that the soldiers of this city used previously. Thank your Majesty. Then I will excuse myself. Amber gave a bow before leaving the room. Currently, Aditya was in the mansion of Governor John. He was sitting in John's study room and going through all the papers and documents. I have sent Scott, Tyler, and Henry with a total of 9,000 troops. Before morning, the towns in the surrounding 100 km radius will be under my control. I hope everything keeps moving according to the plan. Now let's check my status panel. It's been a while since I opened my status panel. I have killed 2 third orders, 1 mid-second order, and 10,000 first order. My level should have taken a massive jump. Name: Aditya Bainith. Race: Dragon. Bloodline: Crimson Heavenly Dragon. Class: War Dancer Rune Monarch. Level: 55. Right arrow 89. Innate skill: Instant learning and adaptation. Crimson Blaze, Weapon Grandmaster, Runic Enchantment, Dragon Transformation. Passive skill: Molten Bolt, Right Arrow, Crimson Blink. Aura of Soul Fire, Lunar Vision, Disturbance of Blessings, Mystic Surge, Charm of Inferno Rune. Artifact: Bracelet of Wind Fairy, Crown of 7 Sea. Strength: 175, Right Arrow 209. Speed: 100 and 100 plus. Stamina: 175, Right Arrow 209. Health: 175, Right Arrow 209. Mana: 247, Right Arrow 281. Free stats: 0, Right Arrow 68. I have reached level 89. Aditya raised his left eyebrow in surprise. The amount of experience points that he needed to level up would only increase with each level. Only strong enemies can give Aditya the huge experience points he needs. Currently, first orders are too weak for him. Even after killing 10,000 first order, contrary to Aditya's expectations, he only leveled up 2 times. It was not that he was afraid of facing strong enemies. It was rather the opposite. Aditya felt a sense of excitement whenever he faced off against a powerful cultivator. What made Aditya sigh was the fact that his leveling speed would be greatly slowed down. Crimson Blink. Description: Lightning Nature. Function 1. Function 1 100 plus 200 plus Function 2. Function 2 500 plus. Note: The crimson blink will enter into a cooldown period of 24 hours after each use. Blast of Divine Fury. Description: reached its perfect level yet. Currently, this skill can only be used by dragons who have fire affinity. Function, and 10+. Used, the host will enter into a berserk state. All of the host stats except for mana will be 2+. Activated. After using this skill, the skill will enter a 24 hours cooldown. Eruption Wave. When this skill is used, the user can control lava. Whenever this skill is activated 2+. After 4 hours of non-stop reading various documents on the Ashark City's taxes, finance, and income, Aditya was starting to feel a little tried. These days he rarely slept. He would either spend his time trying to make new rune talisman, or he would spend his time knowing more about the enemy. Sigh. Aditya looked back. Through the transparent glass window, he can see the bustling city that seemed unaffected by the invasion. It was only the normal class people who suffered in these times. I wonder when Julia will finish her research on the Black Heart. If Aditya were to get the Black Heart, then he can bring down this whole dynasty on its knees within a week's time. The Black Heart was an essential part of Aditya's future plan. By the time when the first ray of the morning sunlight fell on the eastern edge of the continent, the two kingdoms were shaken up by the news that spread faster than bushfire. Ha ha ha. I don't know if the Eastern king has gone mad or he is actually a genius. Not only to manage to fool everyone, but he also in less than 24 hours he went ahead to capture the Zulux dynasty's bordering city. What's more, he and one of his generals dyed the land of the Zulux dynasty with the blood of 10,000 soldiers. This man is an absolute freak, a lunatic. The streets of the Eastern Kingdom and the Nepoka Kingdom were talking about only one person. He was the same person who went on from being an alcoholic to becoming one of the best kingdoms in the Eastern Kingdom history. Currently, various meetings were being held in both the Nepoka Kingdom and in the Zulux dynasty. In the Nepoka Kingdom, what do you think, Your Majesty? Duke Easton looked at His Majesty and asked, "We will attack the Eastern Kingdom. Ever since the start of this war, King Aditya has kept exceeding our expectations. That man is a being with extraordinary intelligence. It's not his power that makes him dangerous, it's his intelligence. Even when the chances of the Eastern Kingdom winning those 2 battles were low, he never even once called the army that was under Duke Sarlis. Your Majesty, are you saying that King Aditya already had predicted a fight with our kingdom?" The king nodded his head. "I can't even see through him anymore. It's like he was always walking 2 steps ahead. It's ironic to think that before the war started, we were thinking of taking advantage of the Eastern Kingdom to conquer the Zulux dynasty, prepare for the attack. While King Aditya is away from his kingdom, we can use this chance to bring Duke Sarlis to his knees and capture him." In the north, while the Nepoka Kingdom was planning on attacking, King Sebastian was also planning his next move. Zulux Dynasty Throne Hall. Your Majesty. Everyone worriedly looked at King Sebastian. The man with dark red hair and a handsome face had closed his eyes and currently was taking long, deep breaths to calm himself. Everyone worriedly stared at King Sebastian. When today morning the news reached the king's ears, he nearly passed out from coughing 5 liters of blood. Unknowingly, he once again was dancing under the enemy king's control, as everyone in the royal court stared at their king thinking that he was going to blame the newly appointed prime minister to take out his frustrated anger. The poor man has been cursed and blamed for the things that he didn't even do. Ha ha ha, today's weather is really good. For a moment, everyone in the throne hall felt something was wrong with their king. Some even looked at each other, asking each other what was wrong with the king. Did the king finally go crazy? I think this would be perfect weather to execute my prime minister. What? Everyone, including the prime minister, stared at King Sebastian in shock. The king said that so casually that a few even felt that the king was joking. But remembering the current state of the dynasty, the king shouldn't be in the mood of joking. Your Majesty, this is not even my fault. The young man with black hair, whose age was only 29, fell to his knees and looked at the king with a begging expression. This whole thing wasn't even his fault. So why, whenever he suggested something, the king or the king's advisors would always reject his suggestion? The decision to send 2 third orders and 65,000 troops in the battle was taken by the king and his royal advisors. Your Majesty, I think executing Prime Minister won't give us anything. We will only lose one of our best, one of the king's advisors suggested. The king looked at the Prime Minister in disdain. HMPH, if he is considered one of the best in the dynasty, then our dynasty surely will fall. People like him don't deserve to even stand here. Someone throw this man out. Instead of asking for forgiveness, everyone was a little surprised when the Prime Minister walked away from the throne hall without needing any guard to drag him out. He was already fed up with this. He was tired. Working under this man was not an option. He would rather work on farm lands than work as the king's right-hand man. Now that the trash is gone, let's talk about the real situation. I admit that King Aditya was very clever. Without Aditya, the enemy kingdom would have fallen in their first attack. Aditya was the main pillar, while his 7 generals were his 7 weapons. Before he targets, we must drive them back from our land and reclaim our territory. Your Majesty, this time I suggest going all out. That's what I am planning. Call both of our generals. This time I will personally lead this battle. I must see what King Aditya is capable of. Chapter 47. From the north, an army of 50,000 was approaching the fortress of Vrain City. Just like the fortress of Ziraka City, the Vrain City fortress was built 10 km away from the city. The Vrain City fortress was built 15 km away from the Turquoise Channel, which flowed from the Nepoka Kingdom to the Istaran Kingdom to reach the sea. As soon as the news reached Duke Sarlas's ears, the first thing he did was to contact His Majesty. I am not too surprised. Seeing a weak neighboring kingdom rise in power, anyone in their position would have done the same thing. How long do you think the enemy will take to arrive? 24 hours if the enemy army doesn't take any rest along the way. So we have 1 day in our hands. I will send Zane with 13,000 troops. Your Majesty, even if you send 13,000 troops, we still won't have enough forces to counter the Nepoka Kingdom, not to mention their third-order Duke Easton, who is personally leading this battle. I don't know if I can win a battle against Duke Easton. Don't worry, I will be there before the battle starts. For that to happen, I need some time as king. Sebastian also leading an army, and 2 third-order generals against us. Not even 1 day had passed since Aditya had taken over the Ashark city. He got the news of King Sebastian leading an army of 50,000, with 2 of his third-order generals following the king to fight Aditya. What? Your Majesty, even though my words might sound offensive, I strongly suggest you and the Istaran army retreat. This time I don't think you can win the battle. As long as you leave Ashark City, I am sure King Sebastian won't go out of his land, as he also needs these troops to protect his other border cities. Aditya for a moment did not reply. Instead, he closed his eyes as he lay down on the bed in his office. This time, Aditya was doubting whether he can ensure his victory or not, just like the other 2 times. The only reason they won the first battle was that the troops were exhausted from continuing their march in the storm, while the second battle was won only because Aditya and the Wyvern had managed to take down the enemy troops' generals. But this time the enemy troop numbers are 50,000, while Aditya's forces were only 25,000, not to mention their 2 generals. If it was only about taking down 2 generals, then I could have done it like last time. But defeating 50,000 troops I don't see anyway. Is this how I am going to end my plan? Aditya didn't know what to do. He was being attacked by both kingdoms, which was currently the worst thing that could happen to his kingdom. Just as Aditya was looking out the window with a confused look, he saw a pigeon carrying a letter on its neck. What is this? Your Majesty, did something happen? Nothing, give a minute. The pigeon landed in front of Aditya. After taking the letter from the pigeon, he opened the letter. The letter only had 4 words. But these 4 words were the most important thing that Aditya needed to hear right now. His emotions were so intense that a moment his arms began trembling as he reread those 4 words multiple times to make sure he was reading the right thing. We will win both battles. As he said those words, Your Majesty, did something happen? I will tell you later. For now, you and Zane shall get ready to face off the enemy. I will be there. Before the battle will start, I will finish things on my part. After that, Aditya ended the meeting, quickly leaving Duke Marvin Sarlis confused. Duke still decided to do what His Majesty told him to do. Aditya closed the door to his study room and quickly made his way to Amber's room. Without bothering to knock, he directly entered her bedroom. Click. Who is it, Your Majesty? Amber just came out of the bathroom wearing sexy transparent pajamas in which she was going to sleep. Her initial anger turned into surprise seeing it was His Majesty who entered her room without even knocking. Amber. For a moment, Aditya almost couldn't speak as his eyes went down beyond her collarbone. Cough. Amber coughed lightly as she noticed where His Majesty was staring. She was very embarrassed at this moment. Sorry. Aditya's face for a moment turned red as he turned around. Even a small second was enough for the Dragon King to remember the image of 2 holy mountains for the rest of his life. Even when he turned his head around, his mind kept on playing that same image numerous times, making the Dragon King's blood boil. What he saw just now was making his throat go dry and making him feel breathless. Amber failed to see his hard stick that was poking against its pant, wanting to break out from the prison and show itself to the whole world. Anyway, I will leave you in charge of leading our troops against the Zulux dynasty. Your Majesty, are you going somewhere? Amber quickly asked while suppressing the embarrassment in her heart. Yes, I will be back before the battle begins. Understood, Your Majesty. Also, one more thing. I apologize, I didn't mean to barge in. After saying that, Aditya did not wait for Amber to respond. He moved like the wind and quickly vanished. Scene change. Under the bright night sky and glittering stars, a figure could be seen flying in the direction of the east. The figure was flying faster than the speed of a beginner third order. The figure has been flying for 4 hours now, using the bracelet of Wind Fairy, which further increased his speed by adding wing elements to his wings. Aditya was currently flying towards the capital. After a long time, Aditya finally saw his capital city. Even though he was away from the city for less than 2 weeks, the city had gone through lots of changes. All the money I spent for construction wasn't only for show. The population of the city has been on the rise. With back-to-back wins and even conquering the enemy's territory, the citizens of the kingdom trusted that under King Aditya, the kingdom only will continue to become a better place. Many young men and women from the nearby villages have been coming to the capital to make a fortune. It looks like Watson has been doing a good job in my absence. The construction work was 80% finished. The construction speed was increased with the help of earth and fire magicians. Tap. Aditya landed on the training ground where previously all the recruits used to train. The whole training ground was empty. Aditya first took a moment to enjoy looking at his castle. The whole castle had been renovated to look completely new. Your Majesty. Aditya smiled as he turned around, hearing the familiar voice of the old man who looked energetic and excited. Watson, I am back. The butler still looked the same as ever. Welcome back, Your Majesty. Where is Julia? Aditya curiously asked. She is waiting for you in her newly built laboratory. While walking toward the laboratory, Aditya asked Watson some questions regarding the situation in the capital. Your Majesty, you won't believe it, but the population of the capital has doubled in just 10 days. More and more people are coming to the city. Adventurers from various kingdoms are coming here to hunt monsters in Silver Meadow Grove. That's good. What about our project to build a port city on the eastern edge of the kingdom? Did the construction work start yet? It did. Everything is going smoothly. Though we had to deal with a few groups of bandits, everything is going according to plan. 500 soldiers are constantly guarding the construction site. We can expect the port city to be ready before the end of this year. Wonderful. Did you find any spies from the neighboring kingdoms? Yes, we did, especially from the Nepoka kingdom. Those spies were looking for the killer of Merchant Amos. Your Majesty, how is the situation at the front line? Now that you have taken over one of their border cities, I am sure the enemy will strike back. Your guess is right on the money. An army of 50,000 led by the king himself is marching to fight us, while from the north, the Nepoka kingdom is also coming with 50,000 troops led by a third order. Hearing the shocking words of Aditya, Watson suddenly felt like he was being struck by lightning bolts. Your Majesty, then how can you remain so calm? You must withdraw your troops from the Zulu's dynasty territory and focus on defending against the Nepoka kingdom. Aditya stopped walking and turned around. This was the first time Aditya has ever seen Watson lose his calm. I just don't want to keep defending. Today, even if successfully managed to defend against them, tomorrow might even return with 100,000. What we will do then? Watson, war is fought for interest. Seeing how fast our kingdom is growing, the enemy will keep attacking us. With 2 victories, the Zulux dynasty is already weakened. I want to take a risk and gamble on everything. Suddenly, Aditya's pupils changed color to crimson red with a vertical slit in the middle. My empire is the graveyard of empires. For some reason, when Watson stared at those crimson dragon eyes and heard those 3 words, he felt goosebumps all over his body. From the beginning, this young man has been breaking the common logic and surpassing everyone's expectations. Unconsciously, everyone around Aditya began to believe that, with their king leading them, they can even do the impossible. Even with the odds against him, Aditya always has managed to win. Watson had a feeling that soon the whole continent would know the Eastern Kingdom as the graveyard of empires. Let's go. Watson didn't say anything as he followed behind Aditya. His old heart was still wildly beating as his blood boiled in excitement just thinking of that possibility. Knock, knock. Standing in front of the newly built laboratory, Aditya knocked on the door. Come in, click. Pushing the metal doors apart, Aditya and Watson walked into a large room. The room had several long tables that had all kinds of alchemy ingredients placed on them, chairs, and a small single bed. The whole room was filled with the fragrance of herbs. Multiple white lights lit the whole room bright. Wearing a long white coat, the goddess of alchemy looked quite busy with her work. Hearing the sound of the footsteps, she for a second raised her head and stared at Aditya before looking down and continuing what she was doing. Is she purposely avoiding me or what? Aditya wondered while looking at his wife. I think he became more handsome, or is something wrong with me? On the surface, her cold face seems to make people think that she doesn't want to talk, but inside, she was very happy to see Aditya back. Did you miss me? Aditya asked in a teasing tone while Watson just pretended that he never existed. He had no intention of becoming a third party that everyone hates. Who missed you? HMPH. This princess was busy with her work. I got no time to worry for anyway, she replied without looking at Aditya. She is tsundere after all. She is not even honest with her feelings. Aditya sighed, looking at Julia. Name, Aditya Bainith. Race, Dragon. Bloodline, Crimson Heavenly Dragon. Class, War Dancer. Rune Monarch. Level, 89. Innate skill, instant learning and adaptation. Crimson Blaze, Weapon Grandmaster. Runic Enchantment, Dragon Transformation. Passive skill, Eruption Wave. Crimson Blink, Silence Mind. Blast of Divine Fury. Aura of Soul Fire. Lunar Vision, Disturbance of Blessings. Mystic Surge, Charm of Inferno. Rune. Artifact, Bracelet of Wind Fairy. Crown of 7 Sea Strength, 209 Speed, 100 plus Stamina, 209 Health, 209 Mana, 281 Free Stats. 68. Chapter 48. Who missed you? HMPH. This princess was busy with her work. I got no time to worry for anyway, she replied without looking at Aditya. She is tsundere after all. Aditya walked without making any noise. Without Julia noticing, he walked right behind her. He leaned forward, bringing his face closer to her right ear, and whispered into her ear, I missed you a lot. What are you doing? Julia jumped back and glared at Aditya like an angry kitten. She was acting as if someone had stepped on her tail. Hee, I miss my wife, of course. Come here, give your husband a kiss. Aditya spread his arms and walked toward Julia for a kiss. Julia for a second was left speechless, seeing how shameless this man was acting. You shameless dragon, bang. Ouch. What was that for? Aditya held his stomach and looked at Julia with a painful expression. If you try to act shamelessly again, I will punch you 100 times. Surprisingly, the right fist of the alchemy goddess is more powerful than it looks. Why does it feel like I have heard this dialogue before? Aditya murmured as he rubbed his stomach. HMPH. Julia snorted and then resumed what she was doing before. What was that? He completely surprised me. You shouldn't act so shameless in front of Grandpa. Watson, deep inside, she was very embarrassed. When he leaned forward to whisper in her ear, Julia felt her heart would nearly stop beating for a second. She is cute. Aditya smiled, seeing how Julia acted. The more time he passed with his wife, the more he came to like her as his wife. Maybe being married to her wasn't a bad thing after all. Aditya smiled, looking at Julia's back. Watson, on the other hand, had a wonderful expression on his face. The old man couldn't describe his happiness. Just how far these two have come. Before, Julia hated the fact that she was married to an alcohol addict. The whole continent made fun of the fact that the goddess of alchemy, the most beautiful woman on the continent, ended up being married to an ordinary man who is an addict. But now things have changed so much. Watson noticed that when Aditya called her his wife, Julia didn't deny his words. Milady honored, it looks like you can expect a grandchild in the next few years. Then I will become the baby's god-grandfather. He. Just thinking of Lady Julia's child calling him god-grandfather made his heart excited. Cough. Shall we start the process? Time is running out. Before coming here, Aditya forbade Watson from telling Julia anything about the front line. There was no reason to make his kiddie wife worried. Time is running out. Yeah, His Majesty has to return to the front line before morning. Watson quickly added, even though he felt bad for lying to his lady, it was for her best. Also, Julia is worried, then she won't able to focus on making healing pills. All right, I will need your crimson flames. Julia kept her serious face and asked while looking at Aditya, why do you need my crimson flames? Because your crimson flames are one of the highest rank flames I have ever seen. The high temperature of the flame is what I need to extract the liquid from these ingredients without actually burning the ingredients. Hearing her words, Aditya turned to look at Watson. Seeing Aditya's look, Watson shrugged his shoulder as if telling Aditya that even he has no idea what the goddess of alchemy is talking about. You don't have to do much other than maintaining the temperature of the crimson flame at the same level. Okay, Aditya stood next to Julia and created a palm-sized crimson orb flame. As soon as Aditya summoned the crimson flame, Julia and Watson could instantly experience the changes in the room temperature. Julia, who was standing next to Aditya, felt the full intensity of the flame. She felt as if her entire body was being fired by lava. She quickly used mana to cover her. Just as she used her water element, her body temperature started returning to normal. Your flame is more powerful than I expected. Aditya strangely looked at her. This sounds a little wrong. Julia rolled her eyes hearing his comment. Your shamelessness knows no bound. No need to say anything. Keep your mouth and let me focus. Knowing this man's character, the goddess was sure that this perverted dragon was planning on saying something shameless to embarrass her. Aditya noticed Julia's arms covered in a transparent light blue mana. She was using water mana to keep the temperature of her arms normal. Julia held the silver dragon grass and marrow-washing grass above the crimson flame. To prevent both of the grasses from instantly burning, she used a strange oil. The whole process was slow and complicated. After 5 minutes of heating, both Aditya and Watson looked surprised, seeing a drop of strange dark purple liquid coming out. Slowly, more drops of dark purple liquid were collected on a glass test tube. Hey, I think the glass test tube could melt at any time. Okay, you can stop now. When Aditya unsummoned his crimson flame, Watson and Julia sighed in relief. The power of the crimson flame couldn't be underestimated. Are you done? Aditya asked, seeing Julia adding other liquid solutions to the purple liquid that was stored in the test tube. No, I am not done. Julia then turned to look at Aditya and asked with a straight face, "Give me your blood." "What? I will need your blood to complete the serum." Aditya nodded and then made a vertical cut on his left palm, allowing blood to fall in one of the test tubes that Aditya held with his other hand. "What is this?" Aditya asked, seeing Julia taking a frozen heart out of a 1-meter big rectangular glass box. The frozen heart was the same size and shape as the heart of a human, without any blood. The frozen heart was transparent. "This is the heart of a peak 6th order lightning forest deer." What? Watson and Aditya lost their calm, hearing the casual words of Julia. "Milady, you're really not joking, are you?" Julia put the rectangular glass container on the table and looked at Watson with a stoic face. "Do I look like I am joking?" She then turned to look at Aditya. "I could have used the heart of a normal, magical beast. Using a normal 2nd or 3rd order magical beast heart would have been enough." Julia looked at the frozen heart. "But if I use the heart of peak 6th order lightning forest deer and turn it into your black heart, the benefits you will receive will be 100 times better than using a normal heart. There is a high possibility that you might even gain a new nature affinity." "Seriously?" Aditya gasped, hearing Julia's words, before he had checked his nature affinity. Due to his crimson heavenly bloodline, he only has fire affinity. If Aditya really can gain another nature affinity, then his powers would take a massive leap. Just with his crimson flame, Aditya is able to dominate his enemies. Now if he can get another nature affinity, even he is not sure how much his powers would increase. "Yes." Julia nodded as she gently started pouring Aditya's blood on the lightning forest deer's heart, causing the color of the heart to change to red, with small sparks of blue lightning flickering around the heart. "But milady, how did you get the heart of a peak 6th order lightning forest deer? I don't mean any offense, but I don't think even the Honored House has the power to hunt or have enough capital to buy the heart of a peak 6th order magical beast. In this continent, there were only 6th order beings. 6th order beings could only be found in the central continent, Aditya's home continent. As far as Watson could tell, no one in the Dying Isle continent has the power or the influence to get a heart of peak 6th order magical beasts, and the lightning forest deer wasn't any normal peak 6th order beasts. In this world, there are only about 7 or 8 lightning forest deer. Lightning forest deer is also called the overlords of forests. They watch over the forests for centuries or even millenniums. They are peaceful magical beasts by nature, but they can become extremely violent if their children are harmed. Each lightning forest deer can move super fast, almost faster than some 7th orders. Hunting a peak 6th order lightning forest deer is nearly impossible. As far as Watson can tell, he has never heard of anyone who successfully has managed to hunt a lightning forest deer. It was not my family who got the heart of lightning forest deer. This was the first time Aditya was hearing Julia and Watson talking about her family in front of him. Aditya always has wanted to ask Julia about her family. As a man and as the king, he had no intention of asking for her family's help, but as someone who is Julia's husband, Aditya felt he should know more about his wife's family, but he never really got the time or the atmosphere to ask Julia about her family. "Then who gave you the heart of a peak 6th order lightning forest deer? Surely no one would be kind enough to hand over this type of continental treasure to you for free." The reason Aditya calls this a continental treasure is that the value of this heart is simply too big. It was given to someone whom you're connected with. Aditya raised an eyebrow. How can he not sense the jealousy in her voice? "So it's one of my wives." Aditya looked at Watson, who shook his head as if telling Aditya that no woman came to visit Aditya while he was away. "Yes, after you're done with the war, she asked you to have a meeting with her," Julia replied while pouring a purple liquid from the test tube. This time Aditya could really smell something burning. Even Watson can tell his young lady was jealous. "I wonder who among my wives was kind enough to give a peak 6th order lightning forest deer's heart Or does my wife has a motive behind this? Now you can lie down on that bed. Julia pointed at the small bed in the left corner of the room. Aditya did what his wife said. He removed the simple white shirt that he was wearing and laid down on the bed. Julia and Watson walked over to the bed, while Julia carried the heart of lightning forest deer on a large transparent glass bowl. Now listen, the black heart is complete. Unlike your other heart, this heart will only function to gather mana from the air and mana storage. Julia then pointed to the right side of his chest. I will connect the black heart with your dragon heart, meaning your black heart will be connected to the rest of your body. The whole process will be extremely painful. You will have to hold on and keep your consciousness. Aditya nodded his head with a serious look. Once the black heart has been planted in your right chest, you can never remove it. It will forever stay with you. The black heart has the healing ability of lightning forest deer. As long as you're not dead, the black heart can never be destroyed. Aditya looked at Julia, who was preparing her tools. By the way, if the operation were to succeed, this king shall reward you. HMPH, I don't need your pathetic rewards. You being alive will be more than enough. This was Julia's first time doing this important and crucial surgery on someone. She never has implanted the black heart in anyone's chest. Julia was a little nervous before, but Aditya's words helped her calm down. Thank you for all the golden tickets. Chapter 49. By the way, do you have any pill that can turn off my pain receptors? Aditya wasn't some mad lad who liked experiencing pain. If possible, he wished to avoid any kinds of pain in this surgery. My pills lose their effectiveness when the black heart is put in your chest. As long as the black heart is placed in your right chest, you will feel a new kind of energy. The mana will be foreign to your body. Your body will try to fight against the new foreign mana, causing you pain in the process. Gulp. Aditya was now looking a little nervous. Even in his previous life, he had had any kind of surgery. This whole thing was a new experience for him. Grandpa Watson, please tie his hands and feet. Julia handed a golden color rope to Watson. As Watson tied Aditya's right hand on the right side of the bed, he curiously touched the golden rope. Holy rope, mid 4-star artifact. What is this holy rope? Where did you get them from? Aditya asked while looking at the functions of the golden rope. I just borrowed these ropes from the guild master. She was kind enough to let me use these. After 3 minutes, Aditya's arms and legs were tied very tightly. Open your mouth. Julia fed him 3 blue pills. These pills should temporarily turn off your pain receptors. Julia's right hand trembled for a second before she bit her lip to calm herself. Just like a professional doctor back on Earth, she neatly made a long vertical cut on the middle of the chest. Aditya felt no pain or anything. Watson, give me the black heart. From the transparent rectangular container, Watson picked up the black heart, which now had decreased in its size. Before, the heart was the size of a fist, but now the black heart had shrunk down to half of its original size. Unlike before, the ice around the heart had melted down. The heart was covered in a dark purple layer of mana. The dark purple mana was constantly flickering. It was like Watson was carrying a dark purple orb flame. The extract for which I used your crimson flame produced this dark purple color and also has caused the heart to shrink in its size. Under Aditya and Watson's nervous gaze, Julia took her time to insert the black heart under his right chest. The whole process would have been very painful if she had not fed him those pills. After inserting the black heart, Julia quickly fed Aditya a 4-star healing pill. As Aditya's body began to rapidly heal, he felt a cool and refreshing foreign mana entering his body. Aditya closed his eyes as he could feel a small itching sensation on the right side of his chest. As he kept breathing, the foreign mana in his body kept increasing. Without Aditya even realizing it, his original heart started beating super fast. Aditya's entire body jerked up. With each passing second, the pain in his chest was increasing. It was like his body was being burned from the inside out. Soft moans and grunts escaped his mouth. Aditya tightly clenched his fists. He gritted his teeth, trying to endure the inhuman pain that he killing him from inside out. When will this hellish pain will come to end? Tired and frustrated, Aditya wanted it all to be over and done with. But Aditya desperately kept himself busy with mindless tasks and chores, but nothing really helped to ignore the pain. Julia and Watson panicked, seeing blood coming out of Aditya's eyes, nose, and ears. "Julia, what's happening?" Watson asked in a panicked tone. "Grandpa, I don't know. This was not supposed to happen." At this point, Julia's entire body was trembling as her voice sounded really desperate. "Aditya, are you all right?" Julia hurriedly checked his pulses. However, the pain was so great, Aditya's mind stopped working. His brain couldn't process Julia's words. After what felt like an eternity, Aditya finally felt his senses returning. He felt the overwhelming pain gradually end as the foreign mana in his body successfully merged with his original mana. Ding, the black heart has merged with the host. Ding, the host's mana has increased. Mana 2, 500 plus. Ding, the host's agility has increased. Agility 100 plus. Ding, the host has learned a new passive skill, lightning dash. Julia and Watson noticed Aditya's body had stopped twitching. Seeing this, Julia hurriedly went to check his pulses. His heartbeat is now normal. Thank God. Watson sighed in relief. For a moment he assumed they had messed up. Seeing Aditya's fingers slightly moving, Julia knew that he was about to wake up. Just like she expected, the Dragon King opened his eyes. The first thing that came to his view when he opened his eyes was the concerned face of the goddess of alchemy. "Where am I?" "Aditya, thank God you're awake." A huge smile appeared on the concerned face of the princess. Aditya got up and looked at Julia with a confused face. "Who are you?" "What?" In an instant, Julia's face turned pale. Her entire body slightly trembled as she stared at Aditya in disbelief. "What did you say?" "I asked who are you." "Milady, what happened?" If Aditya really had lost his memories, then this would become another huge problem for them. "I don't know what went wrong," Julia murmured in a daze as she sat on the chair next to the bed. Her eyes were filled with sadness. She was trying her best to fight her tears. Meanwhile, Aditya glanced at Watson and winked his left eye with a teasing smile. Watson immediately understood, and a relieved smile appeared on his face. He went along with Aditya's plan. "Are you sad?" Aditya innocently looked at Julia. "No, I am not." A drop of tear rolled down her right cheek without her even noticing. "You're really crying. Do you miss him?" Aditya asked, pretending to be the third person while he wiped the tear with his right hand. "I miss him." "Did you love that person?" "I love..." Wait a minute. Julia realized who was asking her all these questions. She raised her head to find Aditya smiling at her. "My wife, I missed you too. Now come here, let me give you a nice kiss." Aditya closed his eyes and moved his head towards her head. "Bang, you asshole. Ouch. That really hurts." Aditya rubbed his right cheek. "HMPH. I should have punched you a few more times." Inwardly, Julia was very embarrassed. She nearly said the words that she held dearly in her heart. "Ha ha ha, you're cute." In response, Julia coldly glared at him, which Aditya pretended to not see. "The operation was a success, though I wasn't ready for the pain." Aditya got up from the bed and wiped the blood on his face with a towel. "Your Majesty, are you leaving? I think you should wait and let Milady do some tests on you." "There is no need for that, Watson. I trusted the goddess of alchemy with my very life. I will be all right." Hearing Aditya's words, Julia's cheeks slightly flushed red. She felt very happy hearing his words. "I will be going, Watson. If things go according to plan, when this war ends, the Eastern Kingdom will become a fourth-tier powerhouse." Also, now that the Nipoka Kingdom were attacking, Aditya wasn't going to let them go. "Good night, princess. When I return next time, you better give me the kiss that I owed you." "I never owed anyone any kiss. You can kiss the dogs on the streets if you are so desperate." "Ha ha ha." Aditya laughed and flew off to the sky. Seeing Aditya leaving, Julia suddenly felt lonely. She has been eager to meet him for weeks. If possible, the goddess wished to spend more time with her husband, though she would never admit it openly. "Don't worry, milady. Maybe next time His Majesty will take you with him." "I don't know to go with him." Watson failed to notice the small smile on her face. Julia began to clean everything and visit a certain guild leader for giving Aditya the heart of a peak 6th order lightning forest deer. Meanwhile, Aditya was flying twice as faster as his previous speed. With the black heart, not only my mana has taken a huge leap, but even my speed also has increased. Dark blue lightning flickered around Aditya's as his body cut through the clouds and dashed toward. The benefits from the black heart were huge. I also got a new passive skill. Lightning-X-Star Description. Lightning Forest Deer implanted into the user's heart. The rank of skill depends on the power of the host. Function 1. Increased by 10 seconds. Each time a lightning dash is used, the user's speed will be increased by 100 plus in 5 plus. 100 plus speed. That's literally insane. Aditya opened his status panel. Stats name, Aditya Baneth race, Dragon. Bloodline, Crimson Heavenly Dragon. Class, War Dancer, Rune Monarch level, 89. Innate skill, Instant Learning and Adaptation, Crimson Blaze, Weapon Grandmaster, Runic Enchantment, Dragon Transformation. Passive skill, Eruption Wave, Crimson Blink, Silence Mind, Blast of Divine Fury, Aura of Soul Fire, New Dash. Artifact, Bracelet of Wind Fairy, Crown of 7 Sea Strength, 209. Speed 100 plus and 100 plus stamina, 209 health, 209. Mana 281 a circumflex 2, 781 free stats, 68. My mana has literally surpassed the 2,700 mark. My mana should be higher than any 3rd, 4th, and 5th order, maybe only 6th or 7th orders can compare. Aditya could feel his black heart. With the black heart, Aditya's mana regeneration has also increased. Not only that, but even his natural healing speed also has increased. After an unknown period of time, Commander the enemy is only 5 km away from us, while Aditya was returning to the front line. 25,000 of his troops and his 7 generals were currently facing 50,000 enemy troops. His Majesty still hasn't returned yet. The battle will start at any given time. Henry, the 7th Division leader, and the last general in the group spoke. Currently, after seeing the huge number of the enemy, the confidence of the Eastern troops was not that high. In times like this, they needed their king so the king could provide them with the moral support they need. The whole battle was taking place in an open area that surrounded mountains. The whole place was 15 km in size. From the other side, the Zulux dynasty forces were slowly marching. Today, unlike before, the enemy had cannons and ballista. A ballista, sometimes called bolt thrower, was a missile weapon invented by the Zulux dynasty that launched either bolts or stones at a distant target, while the cannons of this world were 10 times more powerful than the cannons on Earth. The cannons were built with 2-star metals. Each cannon shot was powerful enough to annihilate 100 soldiers. The enemy had over 100 ballista and 200 plus cannons, along with 10,000 bowmen that can shoot arrows while hiding behind the cavalry and infantry. The Eastern army was in real trouble this time. Thank you for all the golden tickets. Chapter 50. The enemy had over 100 ballista and 200 plus cannons, along with 10,000 bowmen that can shoot arrows while hiding behind the cavalry and infantry. The Eastern army was in real trouble this time. Where is that bastard? I have been wanting to meet him for a while now, Sebastian Walker asked, while riding a white horse. He was followed by 2 of his generals. Your Majesty, it appears the enemy king is not here. Don't tell me he got scared, and he just ran away leaving his army behind. Your Majesty, shall we start the battle? The 3rd general of the Zulux dynasty asked in an impatient tone. Unlike Darren and Dylan, he always covered his entire body in 2-star armor. Holding a 2 meters long black greatsword, Oscar Parry was fiercely looking at his enemy. He couldn't wait to shed the blood of the enemy. Among all 4 generals, Oscar is said to be the most brutal and cruelest one. In front of his greatsword, no enemies have ever managed to survive a battle. King Sebastian did not reply immediately. He pondered for a moment. He was trying to think where the enemy king was. After 5 minutes of silence, King Sebastian raised his silver sword and pointed it at the enemy. "Today we are here for blood. Don't let any of the enemy troops escape. Kill every single one of them, now charge." Under their king's command, 50,000 troops officially started the third and biggest battle that will decide the future of the Zulux dynasty. "Your Majesty, what about us?" asked General Morgan Johnson, who was sitting on another black horse and standing right side of His Majesty. "I have a feeling that the enemy king is preparing for something to take 3 of us. For now, refrain yourselves from joining the battle. Our 50,000 troops will easily crush the enemy troops." The king looked down. From the top of the mountain, he could the troops of both sides were about to clash. "My comrades, do not fear death. Just do as you were ordered to do. Hold the defense line. Do not let the enemy troops break our defense line." While the Zulux dynasty was taking offense, the Eastern troops were using huge 2-meter shields, which they got from a shark city, to form a defense line. The defensive line was formed in a V shape. As the groups of infantry and cavalry approached to defense line, hoping to break their defensive line, the archers who were hiding behind the defense line began shooting their arrows. What was that? Bang! In an instant, hundreds of infantry and cavalry died from rains of arrows. "What's our soldiers are doing? Shoot your arrows, damn it." "Your Majesty, we can't. The enemy troops are protecting themselves with shields." This was the plan Henry came up with. Being a man who already had experience in being a general, he knew the best thing that their troops could do right now is defend. It looks like the enemy is not going to send their generals in the battle. There was a hint of frustration in Tyler's voice. While they were called the 7 mighty generals of King Aditya, compared to other generals, they lacked power and experience. Tyler was frustrated about his low cultivation. He was the type of man who wanted to go wild on a battlefield. He deeply desired to madly swing his greatsword and annihilate the enemy forces. This last long. Once they began using their 100 ballista and 200+ cannons, our defense line will break in an instant. One thing that the Eastern troops lacked was the need for siege weapons. Having a cannon, one can break any kind of defense. The Eastern kingdom didn't have time to work on siege weapons, while the Zulux dynasty never shared their ballista and cannon creation technique with the outside world. Even the Nepoka kingdom lacked in front of the Zulux dynasty when it came to siege weapons. The Nepoka kingdom only had battering rams, which are used to ram into castle gates or walls to destroy them, while the Zulux dynasty had a powerful siege weapon, ballista, that could destroy a castle wall with 3 to 5 shots. Unlike battering rams, ballista was more powerful and faster. Seeing that the enemy was preparing to use their ballista, Scott raised his right hand and shouted loudly, "Now let the shadow take over." While the enemy paused for a second, not knowing what the enemy general meant, the archers who has been shooting arrows took out a fist-sized balls that were wrapped in thin jute ropes. The archers quickly tied the jute rope-wrapped balls to the tip of the arrow and then set the jute rope-wrapped balls on fire. The king and his confused generals watched as the soldiers began to shoot fist-sized balls. What are they doing? The enemy forces didn't have to wait too long to know the answer. Within a few seconds, the fist-sized balls began to release black smoke all over the battlefield, temporarily blocking the vision of everyone. "I can't see anything through the black smoke." King Sebastian and his 2 generals also couldn't see anything while standing at the top of the mountain. "We have done our part. Amber and Nathan, now everything rests on both of your shoulders." Without everyone noticing, using her illusion magic, Amber moved through the crowd of soldiers, while Nathan used his shadows to move through. Both of them moved at their fastest pace. Time was limited. Both Amber and Nathan eventually passed through the infantry and cavalry troops and reached the area where the archers were standing, while their bows and arrows and the enemy siege weapons are kept right behind the archer troops. Their main targets were the enemy siege weapons. From the beginning, Henry has warned everyone about the destructive power of the siege weapons. Before he was turned into a slave, he has seen how powerful the siege weapons were. Each weapon was fully capable of taking down 100 of their soldiers. Having a siege weapon is like having extra troops in a battle. Just when Amber and Nathan reached the place where the enemy siege weapons were being kept, Sebastian and the two generals sensed something was wrong. They sensed the foreign presence in their army. Due to the smoke, Sebastian and the two generals couldn't see anything from the mountain. Using the black smoke, Nathan and Amber took out a special kind of paper talisman that Aditya gave them before he left. Explosive paper talisman is a special kind of talisman that Aditya used previously to cause hundreds of continuous explosions at the Ashark City walls. Each explosive paper talisman was powerful enough to even severely injure a second order. Let's hope our plan will work. Both Nathan and Amber used their speed to place the explosive paper talisman on the siege weapons of the enemy without the enemy noticing it. Your Majesty, can you also sense the two foreign presences at the back of our troops? Oscar asked with a relaxed look. The reason King Sebastian and his two third-order generals were too relaxed and not worried was that the power of the two foreign presences was only first order. HMPH. I don't know what they are trying, but there is no way a two first order can mess siege weapons. I am sure they are trying to divert our attention while plotting something under the cover of the black smoke. Don't let your guard down. I am sure King Aditya will attack the two of you by surprise. King Sebastian also has heard many things about the wyverns that King Aditya bought in the second battle, but so far they hadn't spotted the 4 wyverns anywhere near the battlefield. Your Majesty, I think I should go and scout the area for the wyverns. We can't underestimate 3 peak second order and 1 beginner first order magical beasts. Their interference could potentially leave a huge blow to our army. King Sebastian rubbed his chin with his right hand and thought deeply. He had no idea where King Aditya and the 4 wyverns were. The situation looked unpredictable. It would be better for them to be safe than sorry. Very well, Oscar, you can scout the area, while Morgan, you stay with me. If anything goes out of the plan, we shall intervene and take matters into our hands. What King Sebastian didn't know was that he has been underestimating the enemy generals. Aditya simply didn't leave them in charge without knowing about his general capabilities. And just like that, just because of a single carelessness from the enemy side, Nathan and Amber were able to execute their plans. When the black smoke disappeared, no one found anything out of ordinary. King Sebastian and General Morgan sensed the 2 foreign presence disappear as the black smoke dispersed. Minutes passed while the infantry and the cavalry at the front tried to break the enemy defense line. As seconds passed, King Sebastian had this uneasy feeling taking over his heart. He wanted to know what the enemy was doing under the black smoke. Good job, Amber. Nathan. It's time to make loud noises. Snap. With the snap of Scott's finger, King Sebastian finally got his answer. Boom, 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 boom. King Sebastian and General Morgan widened their eyes in shock and in disbelief, seeing all of the siege weapons being exploded. Like a chain reaction, with one explosion, all over siege weapons also exploded at the same time, leaving no time for the soldiers who were around the siege weapons to escape. The explosion was so intense that the whole battlefield shook. The infantry and the cavalry troops stared at the explosion with their eyes wide open and their mouth wide enough to fit an egg inside. Just as the explosion ended, without wasting a single second, Henry took over the command. Everyone, this is our opportunity. Now advance. Kill the enemy. Without their siege weapons, we have nothing to fear. Thank you for all the golden tickets and the gifts that you all sent. It means a lot to me.